Welcome, guys. This is Dr. Shreer from the PlayStation Vortex podcast. After a long time, almost a month, here we are again. And today, heads gonna roll at Sony headquarters. They are scratching their balls as we speak because they are witnessing firsthand as to how deep the pockets of Microsoft go. So, welcome back again. This is episode 39 of the PlayStation Vortex podcast. Today, we're going to discuss in depth regarding Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard for a blistering, eye, eye popping 68.7 billion dollars. That's right. They did a 69 on Sony. So here we are again, our usual panel, waiting for a couple more members to join in. Let's welcome the panel real quick. Here, as always, is the resident sleeper, the resident person who snores once in a while, but is bang on when it comes to his takes on gaming. Welcome, Nelson. Say hi to the chat, man.
What's up, everybody? It's a fucking wild day.
Joining up Nelson is our phrase expert who always speaks up in phrases and in sentences under like 10 words or so. It's your one and only Taran Singh, PlayStation 5 for the win. What's up, Taran?
What's up, everybody? I'm just chilling, Yeah.
Everyone's ball sacks have shrunk right now. So basically, everyone's chilling. So next up, we got Mr. Nanaya Damn Business, who I really wanted you to show up, my brother, because this concerns a huge business move. What's up, Nanaya? Say hi to everyone listening.
What's problem, people? How you doing?
So, without further ado, let's get a very quick rundown of whether it's a W, L, or in between for both Microsoft and Sony from our panel. Then I'm going to read through the article actually stating what this acquisition means, what exclusives are going to be multi platform, or what kind of freaking sorcery is this. We'll go through that stuff. So let's start with Nanaya. What do you think about this, man? Does this swing new gamers who are planning to buy or jump onto a next gen console? For instance, there will be plenty of people who usually play first person shooters like Call of Duty. It's like the biggest first person shooter to ever exist, and it's the one franchise which is resilient and which brings in billions of dollars every goddamn year. Though being an annual franchise, there's nothing stopping it. Being a huge fan of Call of Duty myself, I'm almost reaching third prestige on multiplayer on my PS5. What do you think? Do you think this is gonna shift people to go for an Xbox and wait to get all the future Call of Duties as part of Game Pass? Or even go for the PlayStation despite knowing it's gonna be $70 there? So what do you have to say regarding this, man?
Well, obviously, this is a big dick move. This is a huge dick move.
Yeah.
Part of the aspect that a lot of gamers put into making a decision of what platform they're going to choose is okay. Obviously, we have the first party section. Then you have maybe the partnerships, the exclusive partnerships and deals that you have with, let's just say, third party or even second party. And the final aspect is multiplats, right? So approaching it like this, if you take one of the most successful multiplats, as in Call of Duty, and I'm just taking Call of Duty for example. You take Call of Duty and you associate that with one platform's brand, maybe the partnership, inherently that bolsters that platform. So Call of Duty is now synonymous with Microsoft. One way or another, either for good or bad, you think of Call of Duty, you're gonna think of Microsoft. It has it from now until I guess maybe they part ways or they get rid of the franchise. But uh, I think it's for the people that are just coming in and trying to make a decision. Will it sway people? Most certainly. Most certainly. There are people that game on a platform specifically to play Call of Duty. And wherever that platform is, either they're playing with their friends or they want to play the best version or the version with the most,
Player
uh,
base. Yeah.
right, the biggest player base, something that has something that the other platform doesn't. Now, that place is, I'm not going to say that they're gonna make Call of Duty exclusive because I mean we'll get into that, the monetary aspect of it.
Yeah.
We'll get into that later. But obviously this is about name recognition. This is about mind share. This is about
This is
brand.
fucking beyond capitalism. This is fucking consolidation to the T, man. This is fucked up. $69 billion. It's not like a fucking, what do you say, acquiring a Fire Sprite, acquiring, what do you say, even Housemark, even Insomniac games. All these are under $1 billion. They are like 300, $400 million. Those are all studios
One
which work,
developer,
right?
then probably the biggest publisher outside of the big three. Actually, Activision is probably bigger than Microsoft.
No, it's
as far as
bigger than
publishing.
anything related to gaming as
As far as
a
publishing, most
right.
certainly. It's not even
It's
close.
bigger
Yes.
than anything. Yeah, even Take-Two doesn't even scratch it. So next, I'll get back to you, Nunaya. I think you made a nice point that this actually makes people more enticed towards choosing an Xbox. And more people, if they get into that ecosystem, once these multiplayer games, which thrive on years upon years of what do you say, microtransactions and shit, there once the player base grows, this can bring in that Xbox 360 era of gaming wherein like right from Xbox 360 there was a huge shift in tide wherein like every single person who wanted to get into a multiplayer or a FPS or a third person shooter which has multiplayer aspect, they would choose as 360 over a PlayStation 3. Despite Call of Duty being very successful on the PlayStation 3, it failed miserably when it comes to reaching numbers as to how many copies the Xbox 360 version of those Call of Duties used to sell. Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare 2, Call of Duty Black Ops, all these games have sold more copies on the Xbox 360 than the PlayStation 3 because they set that trend. Now they have lost that because of the huge fan base of the PlayStation 4, wherein the Call of Duty franchise is making more and more money or more fan base, the player base on the PlayStation 4 compared to the Xbox One because it was a colossal failure. Now, Microsoft, I think we gotta give it up to them, man. This is like, as you said, a big dick move. We gotta give it up where credit is due, man. They saw Call of Duty and these big Activision IPs slipping away from their hands. PlayStation, still now, even now, Call of Duty, since the past few years, since the PlayStation 4 days, they have exclusive deals with PlayStation, right? You guys know. Call of Duty Vanguard, there are so many exclusive deals running with Activision and Sony. They saw if this trend continues, they're gonna lag behind. Their first party IPs are shit, so they buy Bethesda. And because they require time to move on, they still know that if they get that untapped potential of the multiplayer, they have Halo, they have which is also a huge ass fucking shooter, which was huge back in the 360 days. They are trying to mimic the Xbox 360 success again. That is what I feel because they are losing in every way, shape, or form. Their fan base do not buy games. They can't make money the proper way. So what do? They buy up. They gobble up the biggest third-party publisher which is huge when it comes to publishing FPS games, and they are planning to mint that microtransaction shit with battle passes, cosmetics. They want to make money through that branch. Don't you think this is genius move, man? What do you have to say regarding this, Nelson?
I would actually say the biggest part of it is beyond Call of Duty. I would say this is huge for PC Game Pass, World of Warcraft, StarCraft, Overwatch. Getting
Yeah,
people
true.
to subscribe at probably higher tiers because the PC market is really what they've been going for a long time and thinking outside Call of Duty. Call of Duty is going to make its money regardless. They'll keep it on PlayStation. They'll get 70% of the microtransactions, the sales, all that. But PC, they can really get a lot of people subscribing and a whole different types of things with Overwatch and all those Blizzard games,
Selling
Diablo.
mods.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. Monthly subscriptions through all those games on different tiers on PC that can really break into the PC market.
People
Just
are
want to
even
say,
speculating that Microsoft in talks to like even put Game Pass on PlayStation and Nintendo at this point. Oh, just a moment before going ahead. Anime God is here. What the hell, dude? Where the fuck were you been? Hi, Anime God. Fuck you.
What's up, bro? Fuck you too. Hey, man.
That's how we greet each other here. What do you say, Taran?
But we're cool though.
We're
Anyway,
cool.
you know, you didn't ask me anything yet, but hello.
Yeah, dude. I love you too, man. What's been going on in your life, man? What's happening? Why are you so goddamn busy? See,
Oh man, work. And
oh,
covering
Rick's
for this
okay.
shit.
Rick's mix is here. He says he can't get in. Okay, go ahead, Anime God. I'm gonna invite him as well.
Just chilling. You know what I mean? Just keeping my head above water and shit. Pretty much. You know, but in the gaming world, I don't know. I spoke to Nelson and Tornado earlier. You know, that kind of gave my perspective on it or whatnot. I don't think this doesn't do anything to Nintendo. They're gonna keep selling shit regardless.
Hmm.
And same thing with Sony. They're gonna keep selling shit regardless. They need to just stick to what they know. You know what I mean? And they gotta stay there. Now they gotta be careful how they maneuver shit because these motherfuckers just bought, the biggest pedophile company in history. So they need to there's really no war to be fighting anyway. I mean, third party games are third party games. I haven't bought a Call of Duty since
You gotta fix up your mic, Anime God. It's
my
breaking
bad.
like
I'm
crazy,
sorry.
man.
Let me take this off. Hold up. One second.
I'll give you a couple of minutes. Just try to like
All right.
reconnect it. Yeah, it's better now.
All right. Yeah. My bad.
Much better.
you know-
Fuck you, dude. What were you doing all this time, man? Did
my
you
headset.
did you
AirPods suck ass.
go buy
You
an
know, like, for
AirPods
real.
Pro, man?
I don't know. I got the regular ones, but I ain't buy them. I'm not in the mood to be buying shit right now.
Do
don't like
you know
spending
what
money on
thing?
stupid
I just
shit.
got an iPhone 13 Pro Max and an AirPod Pro. The AirPod Pro noise cancellation is crazy as fuck, dude. You can't hear shit if you activate that shit.
Yeah,
It's
that's
fucking
bad.
amazing. It's bad, okay, while you're
It's
driving.
bad for me though.
Yeah, it's bad for like if you want
Oh,
to
yeah.
concentrate or shit. But it's really, really goddamn
Yeah.
quiet, man.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I have my wife buy me some. I ain't spending my money on that shit.
Hmm.
So, not happening. But listen, Microsoft did what they were supposed to do. if you think about it, like Microsoft cannot go another 5 to 7 years with that bullshit they putting out. It's not going to work for them. It's just it was not going to pan out for them. I don't care how many studios they bought. Ain't none of them got a fucking game out anyway. So it doesn't matter. So they had to corner the market somehow. And Xbox, Microsoft is like the sugar daddy in the gaming industry. Who want money? They're just throwing it at them.
Yeah,
And if they got the money, shit, I'm not even mad at them.
It's
usually don't fix the problems though.
It's
It
like,
doesn't. It doesn't fix
dude,
anything internally.
you can buy some nice, what do you say, jiggly ass bitches for money. You can get a nice lap dance. You can go deep. You can do
Right.
whatever the shit you want with your money. But do you wanna find true love? Can you
No.
find true, what do you say, happiness? Can you produce
No.
that sense of butterflies in your stomach when you're about to propose to a girl which you had a crush since so long? Or if you, that kind of sensation, right? Hope you understood where I'm getting at. No matter
Right.
what you do, money can take you only so far, my dude. That is what is wrong with the industry. This
It can,
hasn't,
but
this
listen,
shouldn't be allowed, right? It's like fucking
That just puts a
monopoly.
band-aid on it.
It's like a
but it
fucking
is
monopoly.
though. Look, Xbox would never recoup any of that money, but Microsoft will. The Xbox brand will never make $70 billion in 20 years.
I'll tell you one
But
thing,
not
dude.
profit.
Dude, I'll tell you one
Microsoft
thing.
will keep that money.
Microsoft
revenue.
is making more money out of Microsoft MS Office, like the
Software.
right MS Office subscription.
all
It's a
they've ever
fucking
done.
subscription now, right? Not like before.
Yeah.
Even
That's what they want.
firewalls,
So,
antivirus, you name it.
but look, the biggest. Listen, Call of Duty is played mostly on PlayStation.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
they're not gonna. They can't listen. They can if they want to. It's up to them. But they're not gonna be like, hey, bro, like, yeah, I can't have this no more. Imagine Call of Duty being just on Xbox. It'll never work. It'll never
They
work.
cut 50% of their revenue right off the
Yeah.
fucking, right off the tip.
Yeah, that's the reason why
It's like they're-
Minecraft is still on every goddamn planet.
Yeah, exactly. They cost
thing.
them fucking
Right.
$1 billion
They
a
can't
year
do
to
that
take
shit.
that shit off.
It's too huge to do that, man. It's too fucking huge.
Plus, look. According to what they were saying, is that this integration ain't gonna happen till like July of like 2023. So it's not even like it's happening now.
No. I think
You know,
it
it's
takes
gonna
6
take-
months, right? It takes 6 months.
It takes time. It takes a long time before
18
things really
months.
pan out. And what do you think? Like, you think Game Pass is going to be $10 still?
No, hell no.
Nelson was
I've been
saying 40
that.
bucks.
That shit's that's gonna be a child a month.
Yeah. Like, how much are you
Your
paying for
firstborn
Game
child a
Pass
month.
now? Because if you're not buying any games, because remember, everything is digital, which is perfectly fine. But if you're not buying any games physically, how are you actually supporting this brand over here? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and everyone who has Game Pass, I mean, a lot of people got that shit for free, stacked for years. So, I mean, look, what does it do for me on the gaming level? Absolutely nothing, because I don't play Candy Crush. I don't fucking play Diablo or Call of Duty. So to me, it does nothing. But for the market, I understand what it does.
Totally, man.
So
Yeah, I'm with you on
So-
that. I'm with you on.
Dude, Nunaya was saying like it's a big
I
dick
play
move,
Crash.
right? It's like a small dick, I need Viagra kind of move, dude. They have a small dick, they
Mhm.
know that shit. They buy a bunch of pills, and they cannot keep that penis inside. They just want to brag about it. I got like 6-inch, 8-inch, god damn it. Can they feel
but
it?
Look, it's like the analogy I made. I was talking with Tornado and Nelson earlier. Xbox is the guy that can never get the good looking girl, so he just went and bought one in like Dominican Republic somewhere or like Colombia. You know what I mean? And then brought her back and
Venezuela.
like, look at this gold digger I got. She's my gold digger though. You know what I mean? I like
She loves
purchased
me. She loves me.
He loves me. You know,
Love.
like
You got her
yo,
out of that
she
shit
loves,
country. That's all.
He loves the money. The $70 billion is what she loves. You know
She-
what I mean? She
he
doesn't love you.
thinks she loves his baggage. No, dude, it's like the things which are adjacent to his baggage, both the pockets. So once
Well,
again,
okay.
talking
I
about
gotta laugh,
dicks,
though. You know,
dude,
Rod Ferguson.
one more thing, talking about dicks and pretty pics and selfies. Let me introduce again for the third consecutive episode the one and only Rick's Mix Media. What's up, brother?
What's up? What's up? What's up? Glad to be here.
Let's all give this amazing dude a warm welcome. Welcome again, Rick's Mix Media. Fuck you, man. Let's start talking.
Yeah, man. You know, fuck all you guys. You know.
So,
Hey, I gotta say, I
But,
think it's funny that Rod Ferguson left the coalition to go to Activision, and fucking Phil goes and buys up and says, "Where you going, bitch?" You gotta try to get out of there. He got and bought his ass back up.
But listen, but talking about Phil, let's not sit here and act like Phil convinced Microsoft to spend $70 billion. You know what I mean? Like Phil was just there at the meeting. He was probably serving water. You know what I mean? Like there's no fucking way, you know, you're gonna convince a company to spend $70 fucking billion. If he did, and kudos to him if he did, he's one motherfucking. This motherfucker could sell some used
I don't know
cars.
how many rounds,
Yeah, we ain't making no money, so let's spend another 70 billion.
how many hours of, what do you say, sucking dick he did to Satya Nadella, man. Really, we gotta give it up to that. Really, just imagine
gotta
how
give somebody
much he
credit,
needed
like,
to convince
hey,
that.
Listen,
We spent all
Look.
this money over and over and over again. We're still not making any money. What do? Buy
Spend
more.
more money.
Hey, so
Hey, just a moment, guys. Shut the fuck up. Just a moment. I just
Listen,
invited
listen,
man.
Anime God. I'm gonna
Listen,
come back.
think
Hey,
about
listen.
it, like,
One
why,
second.
Like, why didn't
Listen.
they even? Why didn't they do this shit
Listen.
last generation?
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, let me tell
I'm
you
I'm
why.
gonna I'm
Because
gonna
right
get
now-
back to you, Anime God. Let's give this dude a moment. Rex Mix, what's your take on this fucking $69 billion deal, man? What's up?
I think it's good for like the console war thing, but when it comes to like making gaming go forward, I think it's a step backwards because all the acquisitions haven't done panned out too well at all. And I think what they're really gonna do is they can get all these services together so they can have like a Game Pass just be a thing on every platform and stop making the Xbox. That's all it
That's
comes down.
exactly what they're gonna do.
They are gonna
They've been
try
saying
to
that for a
do.
while. They'll go
Who the
third-party.
fuck are they gonna appease even to accept them? Sony and Nintendo are gonna show like 4 middle fingers, 2 middle fingers and 2 middle toes to them if they're gonna wanna put Game Pass on PlayStation. Why does PlayStation and Nintendo gonna lose revenue by putting a service onto their, what do you say, beloved and huge fan base who love shelling out $70 every goddamn game? Why the fuck will
Yeah,
Sony
I
and
don't think they're gonna do
Nintendo
that though
accept?
because
Even if Microsoft
because
agrees to
if
give
they-
30% or 40% of the cut, they're not gonna agree, dude. It's
I think they will. They just continue making Xboxes though.
they're
They
gonna
stop
be
making
laughed out of
Xboxes
the
and
room
they
again,
will.
like they did
No,
when they
they're not
tried to
gonna make
acquire
Xbox.
Nintendo. You guys remember, right?
Yeah, by the time this stuff goes into effect in a year and a half, 2 years, they might just cut it off and be like, "We'll support Xbox for another year or two, but then that's it. It's gonna be dongle or PlayStation or Nintendo."
Right.
You
Because listen, this
That's
is
the
not.
best
I'm
move.
trying to tell you.
yeah,
this
Rix
is
was
not
yeah, Nunaya.
about-
What's up, man?
This is not about this. Listen, this is not about the fucking games. All right, I'm trying to tell you. this is not
Absolutely,
about the fucking
this
games.
has to receive a clap. Games first,
This is not
services
fucking-
and acquisitions next. That's
right.
that's
this
like a
is-
nail on the coffin, right? Why do you fucking
Right.
buy a console just for the games, right? They are still
so, I
in the
mean-
process of proving themselves. They are fucking $8 billion acquisition didn't pan out anything. They didn't produce a single game, almost like 1 year down the line, man. They're still cooking, what do you say, the next Indiana Jones, which is going to be exclusive to Xbox, the next Starfield. There is so much of shit which is going on. They don't even have gameplay trailers for them. Why the
Look,
fuck are
I,
people
I
bitching and
equate
moaning about companies making these big ass acquisitions? Because they do not have the balls to. I don't think they can cut Call of Duty from PlayStation, man. I don't think they have the balls to do that.
they don't, but listen,
Yeah,
like
yeah. I think they're gonna,
it's like this.
Call
It's
of
like
Duty, but
this,
it'd be
man.
free for Game Pass.
They want to, like I said, it's all about mind share, and this was as much about marketing and narrative as it was about control of IP, right? First and foremost, I keep saying we're in the IP wars right now. This is all about intellectual property, and Activision Blizzard has a lot of money making IP, new stuff that's coming out, and stuff that they've had in history. So you can't, you can't, you can't, you can't just put that shit to the side. Now, whether they choose to leverage that and just, hey, a Microsoft production, uh, that's another thing. But you can't say that Nintendo or PlayStation is not gonna miss out because they just have way Blizzard Activision has way too much IP for them not to miss out on it. Just fucking Crash Bandicoot. Although it's not like a big banger like it used to be. Hey, it sold well on the Switch. It sold very well on the Switch. Switch owners would love to have shit like that. So I mean, listen, I understand that the first reaction is like, okay, hey, I don't play Call of Duty. Yeah, cool. I don't play fucking Candy Crush. Yeah, cool. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But somebody does. And these small things are gonna be the difference between that person that's getting that first console and decides to make that purchase, like I said, whether it be Xbox or the Xbox service, or go to the old brick and mortar way of doing things, because that's what they're trying to set themselves apart as. They're trying to be, as I see, most definitely, they're trying to be the Amazon compared to the Barnes and Noble. So when you put that on paper, it's like, hey, you want to buy a book, or you want to have this, you want to go to a store to buy a book, where you got to spend gas and look at all this shit, or do you want to buy this book offline and have this shipped to you? If you don't like it, ship it back. Or better yet, we'll give you an ebook that you can read on your device of your choice and decide whether you like it. That's where they're trying to go with this shit. And they're trying to force the industry to go that way. Now, if I were PlayStation or Nintendo's already said, hey, we ain't doing that right now. We have our own niche and we fulfill that. PlayStation, they right now they're gonna have to make a choice. Either they're gonna try and box with God on the service tip, or they need to circle the wagons and decide if they're gonna to go the Nintendo route, where they make I don't want to say a niche product, but a product specifically for a determined market, maybe a more mature gamer that wants a specific um, experience. They're not looking at kiddie games, but Last of Us, you know what I'm saying, Spider-Man, an experience that's different than that you can't get on Microsoft, whatever the platform is. That's what they want to make the average user choose between.
Yeah, I think that's a beautiful insight you brought in, Nanaya. Absolutely, we gotta agree upon that. They just want to capitalize on what is working and what has been working since many, like almost a decade, when it comes to like multiplayer games, and they want to tap into that market. They want to make the Call of Duty like the next Minecraft. They just want to gobble up all the microtransactions and all the money which is coming from either PlayStation, or even they might release the next Call of Duty, the light version for the Nintendo Switch. They can do that shit as well. So I just want to listen to what Taran Singh has to say regarding this. Dude, you're still listening to us, right? So what do you have to say regarding this, man? Is this my question is simple. Is this a huge W for Microsoft? And is this a huge L for Sony? What do you have to say, man?
Um, um, I'll say it is a W for Microsoft because what how do you say this? Um, um, if if they're gonna make if they're gonna make things if they're gonna keep things on PlayStation, like how do you say this? Uh, uh,
Take things away from PlayStation, you meant to say, right?
uh, no, like no, no, no. Like they can make some things exclusive to Xbox while others thing keep it on PlayStation.
Okay, you mean to say that they have the full rights to decide what IPs to allow to be published on PlayStation and what to keep on Xbox, correct? They have the full
Yeah.
they have the full power now.
Yeah.
So so it's like a W for Microsoft. Do you think it's an L for PlayStation in that sense?
No. Listen, PlayStation does not operate in that game space. They can't compete with the money that Microsoft is throwing around. They have to make strategic acquisitions that are that the overhead is not going to bankrupt them. Like I said, Jim Ryan comes from the financial portion of the Sony brand. Okay, he's not he's from the marketing division, finances. He deals with crunching the numbers. Sean Layden and all them, all of them came from either the specifically marketing side or uh, the advertising or development side. She was case. Whereas Jim Ryan, he's a numbers guy, right? So they make stuff that makes sense. It made sense for the Insomniac acquisition. It made sense for Blue Point. It made sense for was that me breaking up? Is that me?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh no, yeah, my bad. It must be the cell connection over here. No, it made sense for Fire Sprite. All of these studios serve a specific need to fill a gap that they need. Well, not that they need, but they would like to improve upon. So everything has to be accounted for. All the T's across and the I's dotted. Microsoft doesn't have to worry about that. 70 billion. First off, $70 billion. That's a lot of fucking money. Okay, that is a lot of money. But in the scheme of things, 70 billion is a steal for Blizzard Activision. They could make that back in under 5 years. I guarantee you that they're not going to be in the black uh, for long. They're going to turn profit on this. But if Microsoft is smart with the way they approach it, and they don't limit multi-platform games and such like that. But this is an acquisition that is going to make them money. The reason why they made it now is because the stock price and basically the mind share for Blizzard Activision is at an all-time low right now.
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
Bobby Kotick is, they still have lawsuits that are pending right now. So it's not a hard sell for Phil to go into Satya Nadella's office, Satya Nutella, whatever his name is. I'm sorry, office, and say, "Hey, look, we're never gonna have a better chance to acquire Blizzard and Activision than we are right now. Either I know we got the money, we got the money. It's like nothing to us. Why don't we just spend it? We're gonna reap the benefits." He probably came up with an easy PowerPoint that was like 2 minutes long and showed the revenue that Candy Crush makes by itself, and was just like, "Hey, listen, we can't lose. We can't lose with this." So
So it's
anyway,
like a gotcha game, right? It's like a gotcha. So most of the thing they are investing, they have invested with this 70 billion. most of it they need to recoup through like microtransactions and bullshit like that, more than like box game sales right now. That's what I feel, because none of the people who love playing games on Xbox actually buy games. That's a huge, what do you say, bummer. But I think buying Activision was the right move. Even if they bought, what do you say, Rockstar or even Take Two, because Rockstar, Take Two, they, apart from GTA Online, most of their games are like third person, what do you say, story driven, similar to like Sony first party games. So you need to buy those games for 60-70 bucks. Moving on, why do you want to put those games on Game Pass and get zero revenue out of them? Instead, fucking buy Activision, which makes first person shooters like COD, and get the microtransactions out of. See, I've seen so many people. I play on PlayStation, right? On the PS5, Call of Duty. There was a recent bundle which went live for 2,400 Call of Duty points. That is like around 30 bucks. 30 bucks for a new operator with like 5 to 8 skins, and 10 tier skips on the battle pass. I saw so many goddamn dudes who were playing online on the PS5 already rocking that shit out of that bitch, who went for 2,400 Call of Duty points. People buy into microtransactions. People spend money. They think it is like a short, what do you say? It is like a fucking NFT, man. It's like a fucking NFT. So all microtransactions are like NFTs. You just go buy that shit. Neither you're getting whatever you paid for in the physical form, nor those things gonna last forever. It's gonna, see, once the next Call of Duty comes around, where the fuck are your, what do you say, you spent so much money on buying so many cosmetics. Where the fuck are those? They're all gone. When the next Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 launches this year, people are gonna switch from Vanguard to that. Where the fuck are all your costumes, man? Where the fuck are all your, what do you say, new skins, new Mastercraft weapons?
I am again.
Yeah, Nelson, go ahead, man. You've been awfully
I said
silent.
buy him again. I said now you gotta buy him again. New game, new cosmetics.
Shit. That's gotta hurt, man.
But look, Xbox. Listen, Xbox is just doing what everybody else is doing: HBO Max, Netflix, Hulu, Prime. You know, why the fuck would you buy? Like, why would you get all these channels on your cable provider when you could just get a subscription for much cheaper?
Absolutely.
Like, don't nobody got 20 HBO channels for what? I can just look and
You
pick what
add
I
all
want to
that
see.
shit up, it's cheaper just to get cable.
Right, exactly. So I mean, they're just trying to like do what they always wanted to do: be a software company. That's all it's ever been. Is a software company, and they're going to keep going in that direction.
See,
and it's right what the guy was saying. You know what I mean? About them buying Blizzard. When the stock it is the way it is now. Because maybe in a couple of years it probably would have been double that.
yeah.
And they talking about spending 120 million, 140 million.
Fuck, dude. It's been 40 minutes
billion.
we've been talking about that shit, and it's still not sunk into me that Microsoft has bought Activision
But
Blizzard.
you know what? Competition is great.
$70 billion,
Competition
man.
is great.
Shit.
Look, you could just imagine what the board meeting or the boardroom looked like over there at Sony right now.
Yeah.
You got like 1,000 Japanese people talking at the same time. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on right now. You know what I mean? It's just the way it is.
I'll tell you what the fuck's going on.
I don't know why they spent 68.
Yeah, I mean, Activision was never going anywhere anyway. Ever. So
it's gonna be always multi-platform, right?
Sony
Activision would have been multi-platform always. It's not like, what do you say, Square Enix, which is like pushing more of PlayStation exclusives. It's not like Atlas. correct? It's not like Nihon
It's the main
Falcom.
shit.
It's not a niche company. It's always been a
It's huge.
multi-platform company, dude. This is the only thing this is doing right now is trying to alienate people into choosing an Xbox over a PlayStation 5 by enticing them by saying that just imagine this huge ad on a Super Bowl. The next Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, the next Overwatch 2, and even the Crash Bandicoot or whatever fuck, even Candy Crush and shit like that, day and date on Game Pass. Just look at that ad running during a Super Bowl. Do you think how many, what do you say, units that's gonna push?
Super Bowl or the back of a Doritos bag. You know, I don't know about no Super Bowl.
Or a
You know
monster.
what I mean? But look, man. But they, look. Sony, they can't make no fucking knee jerk reactions right now.
Absolutely.
You know, they need
Totally
to collectively get together and just move strategically.
Let them do
if
what
you
the
tell a
fuck they're
Nintendo
good
guy
at
about
doing.
this, he won't even
Correct.
give a fuck.
How about that, man? We
Well, I
might
mean-
have just heard about it, but Sony probably been heard about it through the grapevine. And it was
Yeah,
so
they know about
There
it.
you go.
I ain't
Yeah.
stressing.
Listen, just because we found out about it today, don't mean
Yeah.
people at Sony found out about it today. They knew about this shit
Yeah,
probably
they
months in
did.
advance. It's just the deal didn't go through till, obviously till they announced it. But still, like PlayStation is in great shape. You know?
You do not like expect me to like you saw on our Discord, right? There was Shashank dude who posted this shit first. I was still saying this is like a completely delusional expert who has posted a pic, who has done a Photoshop or edited a pic with Microsoft and Activision logos. I did not accept that shit because it's too huge to even, what do you say, digest, my dude. This is extremes. This is
Right,
extremes
but-
of acquisitions. I don't think there is gonna be any acquisition which is bigger than this ever until I think we
No.
die.
Until they buy
I don't
another
think
one.
it's gonna
Until
happen.
they go and buy
Man,
like EA or something.
These acquisitions don't mean nothing, man. For example,
EA
we got
is only like
acquisitions on
22 billion.
Microsoft didn't make.
Listen,
Nintendo is still top.
this
And they
doesn't
they
do
don't
nothing
fire
for
nobody.
Xbox players because they still suck at playing games. So it doesn't even matter. Like, I mean, the majority of look, just like when they bought Bethesda, right? Fanboys were on record saying how terrible Bethesda games are.
Yeah, as Rick
On
Mix
record.
stated, Anime God,
what I
I'm gonna
mean?
go with Rick Mix on this. I totally agree to you. This is all about fanboy wars more than anything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
More than that shit,
that's all it is.
it's not gonna change anything by which we consume content or by which it's gonna change any aspect of our lives as gamers. I don't think even
Listen.
this is gonna, what do you say, entice me into getting an Xbox.
No, and it shouldn't.
Hell
And it
no.
shouldn't. You know, we the OGs. Let the little homies do all the fucking console warring. You know what I'm saying? Let them handle that shit. You know what I mean? Get over here, you good. You're not worried about that shit. Like, for some people, obviously, you know what I mean? Like, it's a business move. Everything they do is a business move, you know? So they're not stupid. They know what they're doing, and they know they're probably going to try to pitch that Game Pass to the PlayStation. Because PlayStation
And
supposedly
Nintendo.
was working on their own type Game Pass type of shit. And they asked Phil about
I'm
the shit
wondering
the
how
other
much
day.
that shit's gonna be. I'm wondering 2023 rolls around what that shit's gonna cost.
I don't know. Look, but you know,
That shit ain't gonna be no
it's
$9.99. I
full
can
on.
tell you that.
Listen, I think
$29.
the next consoles will be all digital, completely.
They ain't gonna
It'll be
be the
all-
next
you-
time.
Yeah, they probably won't even be that. Like, you probably gonna be gaming straight out of your smart TV.
Yeah.
Some shit like, because
All you need to do buy the controller. That's it.
yeah, that's it. Controller gonna be 800. So you could play like all these games and shit like that. But like, look, it's fine. I don't think it's huge news, but like, to people like me, I'm cool. To other people,
See,
Yeah,
it's
Anime God, I
like
think
PC,
I'm gonna bring up a next topic which every single one of us on the panel has to discuss. My topic is, I'm truly in a way excited as to see what PlayStation has to offer this month. We were all speculating about a state of play, right? Fuck state of play. I think they are absolutely preparing for the next PlayStation showcase, in the sense the big one, which they do every single like year in the month of June or July. They have been doing since the past couple of years before PlayStation 5 launched. The PlayStation showcase is gonna be huge this time. Just see,
It was
no matter
huge
how
last
much I
time.
love
It was the
Activision
biggest
just
one of the year.
for playing Call of Duty, there are a huge bunch of games. I think it takes less than 5% of my playtime. When you take an entire year, I've been playing Call of Duty Vanguard as well, but on a grand scheme of things, it is consuming less than 5% of my playtime on the PlayStation 5. That remaining 95% of the time, I'm either invested in the JRPGs or the visual novels or PlayStation's first party bangers, right? So this is where the meat and potatoes of PlayStation is right now. So they're gonna, because there are so many strong points when it comes to PlayStation 5, why the fuck do they want to go towards their weakness? What's their weakness? The weakness is first person shooters. Their weakness right now, based on the huge scheme of things, is a subscription service similar to Game Pass, right? They have PS Now, which is not completely launched in multiple countries and territories, and it's not been a huge success because of the poor, what do you say, advertising implementation or whatever the fuck. PlayStation Plus is good, but according to me, because they have so many strengths, their number one strength, which not even Nintendo or Microsoft can touch, is their first party IPs and their first party studios, which deliver Game of the Year nominees every single year, and they end up taking the most amount of awards, right? That is their number one pillar, which defines what PlayStation is. The number two pillar is their amazing, what do you say, work culture. And all the third party studios, they love getting these, what do you say, deals so that they can publish their games with huge ass exclusives on PlayStation, like Final Fantasy 16, Forspoken, even a Deathloop, Ghostwire Tokyo. All these games have these exclusivity deals with PlayStation, right? Just imagine there is so many goddamn unannounced games which are not yet been announced to the public from the PlayStation. They have so many deals with Square Enix. There is one more, like two more games from Square Enix which are gonna be exclusive to the PlayStation 5. Right? There are multiple small niche Japanese studios also, like Nihon Falcom and even Level 5. They have chosen Nintendo Switch recently, but still, when they want to make a AAA game, it's definitely gonna come on the PlayStation. But when it comes to Xbox, they're not launching their games there. What about Atlas, man? What about Persona 6? What about all these huge ass games? They get all these deals. Though they have less money, they have less spending power compared to Microsoft, they cannot, Microsoft cannot touch Sony or Nintendo when it comes to, what do you say, Japanese games. They are niche titles, but they have become extremely huge as years have passed. Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 2, dude. Just look at that fucking trailer. I'm gonna absolutely like jizz the moment I look at Cloud, the Tifa going out of Midgar. Just imagine that shit. Just look at the reveal trailer of Persona 6. Just these are the megaton news which we want as gamers. We want games to be showcased, not these behind the closed doors deals which are going to happen, which is not going to bring anything new to the table. See, Activision going to Microsoft, they do not have the balls to make every single game exclusive to Xbox. So whether I'm going to get Call of Duty next year on PlayStation, or they're going to take away Call of Duty from PlayStation 5, when PlayStation is feeding us so many goddamn games of high tier quality. Every single game is really up there when it comes to like amount of dedication, hard work the developers put in. Guerrilla Games, dude, that Decima engine, it decimates anything right now on the market. Just look at Death Stranding Director's Cut. Just look at Horizon Forbidden West, which has been announced. Just look at God of War Ragnarok for that moment. Even Gran Turismo 7 is looking amazing. The recent footage was incredible. All these games, and do not fucking forget Insomniac. They're already in works with Wolverine, they're works with Spider-Man 2. Can Xbox, even despite spending so many billions of dollars, even match a game which can sell bazillions of copies? Even now, I think Miles Morales was number 2 best-selling game in the month of December. It's been fucking more than a year, dude. It's still selling out. Why? Because of the quality. The quality control on Sony, how they deal with multiple publishers and developers is top notch. I see managing so many goddamn studios which are new. It's gonna be a tall order for Microsoft, man. Buying into
They couldn't handle when
Activision.
they had 5.
Fuck. Yeah, that is.
Can't manage shit. They're gonna fucking manage. They're gonna go from 5 to 40. They got those 16 studios still waiting on what the fuck those are. That was 4 years ago.
So here's my simple question. Will there be a game ever on Xbox Series X which can beat the quality of a PlayStation 4 game? Fuck PS5, for instance. Can an Xbox Series X game look better than a PlayStation 4 game, man, which is exclusive to Xbox? Do you see the light of day for that? Is there a day or a time or a date for that to happen? Starfield, fuck Starfield. You have seen a, what do you say, sandwich which has been bitten. More than that, have you seen anything when it comes to gameplay? What the fuck
They
are
haven't shown
people
gameplay
like?
for anything yet.
Oh, I don't understand, man. People bring up Avowed, Fable, Starfield. What the hell have they guys seen actually? Hellblade 2? Did you guys like Hellblade 2, man? Whatever the fucking footage they showed, it was like last gen. Fuck it. Did it even scratch the surface of God of War 2018, which was a PlayStation 4 exclusive? Fuck PS5.
It was the
Absolutely
most
not.
interesting gameplay I've ever seen. I'll tell you that. I was confused as shit.
People are delusional as
They called
fuck.
it gameplay. I was like, what?
Rick Spinks, do you have to add anything to my sentiment, man? Whatever I wanted to summarize when it comes to what makes PlayStation PlayStation, what makes Nintendo Nintendo. Why are these two mega corporations such a successful? See, I just want to, what do you say, read one sentence before I give the mic to you. On Microsoft website, on Reuters.com, it is mentioned Microsoft acquiring Activision is the biggest gaming industry deal and an all-cash purchase. Microsoft would become world's number 3 gaming company behind Sony and Tencent.
Well, what makes them different is that Sony and Nintendo, they're innovators, as in Xbox just buying stuff and recycling stuff that's already been successful. For PlayStation and Nintendo, they'll create something new to build up excitement and build new fans and everything else. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, they
We're
just
listening.
Oh. Hey, you didn't get me? You hear me?
Yeah?
All right. I said Sony is more innovative along with Nintendo. That's why they're different than Microsoft.
Nintendo's never created, or Microsoft has never really created anything. They've always bought everything. Rare, got their IP, all that shit. They've always bought it. Fable, they bought that IP. Fucking all.
Yeah, and then they don't.
Gears, they bought Gears. They bought all of them.
And then they don't do nothing with it. And
Halo.
Dude, they still got
That's why
Go down
they're
Halo,
hill.
Gears, and Forza, man. When are we gonna get into an era in gaming wherein Microsoft has something up their sleeve which they can, like, what do you say, mount it on their, what do you say, like a feather on their cap? They're just capping for that same old, what do you say, Gears, Halo, Forza. Since how many goddamn years? Do they have anything else right
They
now?
get whatever they buy.
I don't think acquiring Activision for $70 billion is gonna change that shit. Is it gonna change that? Absolutely not. Do you think out of nowhere, out of the blue, Activision is gonna produce or even develop the next huge Game of the Year contender? Absolutely not.
They're gonna keep making the franchise they have for sure now. There ain't gonna be anything outside of those franchises.
See, I'm gonna tell you guys, if Microsoft would have acquired Square Enix and would have announced to the public that every single Square Enix franchise is under our belt and they're gonna be exclusive to Xbox, I would have gone out and bought an Xbox. That's it. Apart from that, no matter what the fuck they do, it's not gonna change anything for me as a gamer on playing on PlayStation exclusively right now. I have a PlayStation 5 and a Nintendo Switch, right? I'm done. I think it covers almost 90% of games, right? Having a PlayStation 5 and a
Right.
Switch.
Yeah, but the casual gamer, I mean, they don't know, you know. I mean, for the casual gamer, it makes perfect sense because they're gonna be based off subscription anyway, and you know they can end that subscription whenever they want. So, and you don't have to buy a Series X. You can buy a Series S that's on sale,
Yeah, that's the
$20
reason why
off.
a Series S exists, right? To play
Exactly,
crappy ass
right? So
games
like
on that shit.
I said this. Look, I still think. I mean, the Series X is a lot more powerful, obviously, but like I think the Series S might even. I mean, especially for like holiday next year or some shit, like it might be like the way to go if you're getting
Okay,
into
then
like
here's
casual
my
gaming.
next big question for you,
Like,
Anime
come on
God.
now.
Is Series S and X combined gonna outsell a PlayStation 5?
I mean, will it? I don't think so. Like, it's not gonna. It's. I don't think it's gonna outsell it. You know. I can go now to like the local Best Buy, and I could probably buy like a Series S. I may not be able to buy like a Series X, but I can probably buy like a Series S. You know what I mean? Um,
Here's
Probably
my
not like
next
in a
question,
bundle or
man.
anything like that, but as a standalone, yeah, I don't think. I think the demand for the PS5 is still so huge that I don't think it will. You know what I mean? And you got to understand that, like, too, you know, the dual sense, well, not the dual sense. What do they call it now? The fucking the
PSVR 2?
no. Well, PSVR 2, and not just that, just the remote, the new Sony remote. Jesus, what is it called?
DualSense.
Yeah, the dual sense. I was right. Yeah, the dual sense. You know what I mean? That's it's great. People love the dual sense. I love the dual sense. I think it's one of the best controls ever made, especially for $70. You know, I mean, you can't really beat that. So, I mean, they're just so much more innovative than Xbox is. Xbox has always been a software company, and they've always just thrown money at people for everything. Like Nelson was saying, you know, like Gears, you know, that was Epic's. You know, they bought that Rare, all that stuff. They've always just thrown money. They've never really grown anything in house. You know, so that's always been their model, and it's going to continue to be that. But because when 360 was successful, that's what it was. It was that.
So
You know, and
let me change the topic. I think we've discussed enough about what this changes. What does this have to change for 2022? Microsoft
nothing.
Xbox is gonna be third place again.
Right.
Yeah, the one that Xbox have that's gonna be God of War.
Yeah, there's nothing. Look, there's nothing on Xbox that's going to be better than Horizon next month.
There's
So, I mean, it's going to
True.
change. Look, am I going to think about Activision Blizzard when I'm playing Horizon Zero Dawn 2? Hell no. I don't care about none of that. You know, I'm going to play the game that's in front of me, and that's all you can do.
I've already pre-ordered the physical copy of Horizon Forbidden West, and even the box art looks amazing, man.
Right. I mean, everything about that game is gonna be. If you like the first one, I'm sure you'll like the second one. If you didn't like the first one, you probably won't even like the second one. It's just the way it is, you know.
Dude,
But
I'm
there's
just
a
gonna
fan base
bring
for
this
everything.
up. Just imagine, do we, as you mentioned, I totally agree upon you, Anime God. Just playing through for Horizon Forbidden West in February and Sifu, which comes before that, and then going ahead with a huge
Really,
multi-platform game,
focus.
which is like Elden Ring, and then we've got Gran
Mhm.
Turismo 7, then Forspoken, then God of War Ragnarok. Fuck you, man.
Right.
Do I
So
even
so
have
exactly.
time to
So as
think?
a gamer, that's what you gotta look at. Like, how is it gonna sway you? You know what I'm saying? Right now, it's not gonna do anything, right? Because these games are already out. They're about to come out anyway. They've been in development for years or whatnot. Now, once this really settles in like a year, you know what I mean. That's when you're really going to see what's going on. But right now, PlayStation, I feel they still have a leg up on Xbox, and they always will. I mean, for the most part, as of right now,
They are not
I
gonna stay
mean,
silent, dude. That's the main
they're
biggest
not, which
deterrent
is
to
great.
Xbox,
Which
right?
competition is always great.
They want, so
Competition is
they
great.
want, what do you say, more than Xbox to be successful, they want PlayStation to be not successful. That is their whole target right now. They want to sway the
But I
market.
think
But
right, but
Sony is not giving
Sony.
time to breathe, right? With all these huge games, it's not giving us time
No,
to breathe.
but they've been also making their own acquisitions like Bluepoint and Crunchyroll and all that type of stuff too. So they're not stupid either. Like they're cornering a different market as well. Like they're in the same market as Xbox as well, but they're also doing other ventures,
Which really matter to
outside
the
of making
gamer, the
games.
games, correct?
Right.
I don't think
You
even
know?
They're making
Elden Ring
acquisitions, but they're not
matches
gonna
the
count
amount
other.
of polish which Bluepoint has done when it comes to Demon Souls. No matter how good Elden Ring looks or how beautiful and how incredible the game is, when it comes to visuals, I don't think it's anywhere near Demon Souls, man. Bluepoint are like wizards when it comes to like remaking shit. Just imagine them doing a whole
Right.
new IP, man.
Look, put it like this: if you want a whore, or if you want a whore for a wife, go to Xbox. If you want a pretty lady that's well taken care of, you know what I mean, homegrown, good parents, come to PlayStation. Simple as that.
A simple
That's
way
what
to
it is.
put it.
Everything Xbox gets a hold of too goes to shit. So
I don't know
Yeah,
why that happens, Nelson. Do you have an idea, man? Whatever they touch turns
yeah, it's
to shit.
leadership. It's leadership. They're not an entertainment company. I mean, they look at everything of how they can get the most money out of it when it should be the better game we put out, the more money we'll make. No, the game's built
Right.
around how can we get the most money out of the game, not how, you know what I
But,
mean?
but look, I think that, and not, I mean, obviously,
Like Halo was built around battle passes and it fucking shows.
Dude,
You know
I'm
what I
gonna
mean?
say
right, but
one
like,
thing, man.
I
First
think
party
that
games
after
should
after
not
the
have
debacle,
microtransactions,
look,
correct? First party
look,
games should not have microtransactions. If they choose that route,
no,
I think they have lost it already.
but look, I think after Halo was unveiled and it was supposed to like come out with the Series X, and you saw what happened with that, and that's their biggest franchise. I
They
think
don't
then
get.
right
They don't
there
give a
they knew.
fuck.
I think right there then they knew, yo, we can't. This not good. We can't do this for another 5, 6, 7 years. You know what I mean? Like we can't. We got to make a big splash, and and that's how it is. If fucking BMW went and bought Porsche or some shit, or bought like fucking Chevy or something, you'll be like, holy shit. You'll probably be like, I don't buy a Chevy anyway. I don't give a fuck.
Compared to this
You know what I mean? Like,
acquisition, the Bethesda one seems so puny, right?
but the Bethesda one, I mean, they haven't even came out with a game.
Yeah, that is true.
So
They did
if
with
they spend
PlayStation.
$7.5 billion, look, if they spend $7.5 billion, I mean, on Bethesda, and they haven't even came out with a game, for them to spend 70 on Activision is nothing. You know, because let's be honest here, Activision is way better than Bethesda by all means. You know, but
The whole thing
again,
is they're gonna want some of that money back eventually, and it's gonna come from somewhere.
it's gonna come from selling software to Amazon or some shit. Like I don't know, like it's just what it is. Like I just don't want like Sony. I don't even really play Nintendo, but like Sony definitely they shouldn't make any knee jerk reactions. I'm pretty sure they know about this months in advance. You know, they've been
See,
getting themselves ready for
I
it. Anyway.
think Sony's gonna do what Nintendo does, man. Don't give a fuck of what
Yeah.
others do. Do what you're good at.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, go
let
ahead.
Let me ask the panel a question, right?
Yeah.
With the accusation of this Blizzard shit or whatever, does this sway you right now to go buy like a Series X or like a new Xbox?
That depends whether Modern Warfare 2, which is coming this year in November, is it gonna be exclusive to Xbox Series X?
No, I doubt it.
No.
Then I'm not gonna buy it.
No.
Nope. Then how the fuck can this sway me, man? There is no huge Activision
That's
IP.
what I'm asking you. Like, I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, that is what I'm saying. I'm not gonna buy it just because of Call of Duty. Even if Call of Duty was exclusive to Xbox right now, it's still debatable because there are so many goddamn games I gotta play this year. Correct?
Right.
My answer to your question is no. Not as of now.
Yeah, me either.
See, apart from Call of Duty, even if Crash Bandicoot or Spyro the Dragon or whatever is exclusive to Series X, I'm not gonna go out of my way to buy it because those are like their glory days are done, man. The Crash Bandicoot and Spyro the Dragon,
Yeah,
those days are done.
yeah, those are
I don't give a fuck
Apple
about
games.
them. I played
No.
the Crash games which came out on PS4. I love them, but the thing is, they are not system sellers, right? They are not system sellers. They do not push you to go and buy a new system. But Shin Megami Tensei 5, but Zelda Breath of the Wild, those are system sellers. Those make you buy into a Nintendo Switch. Pokemon
but,
Arceus. Pokemon Arceus. Not for
they
me.
plan to-
My brother
if they
bought
plan to
every
do-
single Nintendo platform just to play Pokemon. Those are system
Right.
Hey,
sellers.
boys, but I'm here.
Fuck you,
You see
dude.
what I did?
Fuck your GTA Online, man. How many goddamn hours are you gonna put into that
I know,
shit?
I know, I know.
Come on, Tornado.
What's up,
This
man?
is
man,
like
I-
the D-Day for
look,
you.
if-
Bobby Kotick, fuck his ass.
I think
I know.
He's
Tornado
still
got
getting
more
paid
hours
400
than
million.
GTA than he got money.
I know. Look, I made a promise to my coworkers that I would help them with some money. So you know how it goes. If you make a promise, you have to deliver, right? So that's what I
Yeah.
did. I told them
Should've
I'd help
bought him
them
a
out with
Shark
some
card.
cash.
You should have bought him some shark cards.
Nah.
That's how you help
I had
them
So
out.
I'm
Nah,
gonna
I-
give
I-
a short, what do you say, in under 3 sentences, I'm gonna give the, what do you say, digest of what we spoke about till now.
Yes.
So
I'm listening.
myself,
I'm all
Anime
ears.
God, Nunaya Business, Nelson, Taran Singh, as well as
Mhm.
Rick's Mix, who went to take self
yes.
picks. Every one of us
Mhm.
were saying, no matter how huge this acquisition of acquisition of
It's a big
Activision,
one, though.
fuck,
I wasn't
it's
expecting
like
this one at all.
Yeah, what do you say?
Man.
Acquisition of Activision, no matter how huge it is,
Acquisition.
it
Yeah.
it doesn't change a single hair, a pubic hair on my balls right now. As a PlayStation gamer, do you want to pluck a hair from my pubis? Go ahead, man. Another
no,
will
thank you.
grow in a couple of days. Fuck you, bitches on the Xbox. Is it gonna change shit for me? Absolutely not.
Oh man.
Do you know how big of an L it is to Xbox for not having Final Fantasy VII Remake, despite it launching on PC on a piss poor state? Why? Why the fuck
that's
didn't
a good point
Square
indeed.
Enix launch Final Fantasy XIV Online or Endwalker, I'm saying,
Jesus.
or Final Fantasy VII Remake on Xbox? Why the fuck isn't there a single Persona game on Xbox? Why isn't there a single Trails game from Falcom? Why didn't
Doc,
what do you say? East 9 Monstrum Nox launched only on PlayStation and Nintendo. Why are the next
I've,
multitudes of games from Nihon Falcom and multitudes of games from Square Enix being exclusive to PlayStation or Nintendo? Why? Answer these questions. So I'm gonna say it didn't change shit for me. The only time I'm gonna change my stance on this is if they announce the future Call of Duty games to be exclusive to Xbox and not launching on PlayStation. Then I might consider buying an Xbox because I love Call of Duty. I've been playing since almost a decade. I love the franchise. Go ahead, Tornado. It's your time to shine, man. Fuck everyone here. This is Tornado's time to grab the mic. Nelson, you gotta say something to Tornado for turning up late.
Nope. Do what you do.
Sorry about that, voice. Believe me, I wish I could come a little bit sooner, but I'm here. I'm here and I'm ready to let loose, man.
So first question to you: does this change anything?
Yeah, fire it.
Second question to you: is it a W to Microsoft and a huge L to PlayStation? Third question: is there games on Xbox in 2022? Go ahead, Tornado.
The first question.
Yeah.
Does it change something for PlayStation? I'd say it depends on what they're going to do with it. If they're still going to run, how do I say, their operation like Minecraft, that everything is still, it's all cool, it's all running on the platform, then I'd say, okay, there's no reason to worry about, right? So in that respect, I have a feeling they're still going to leave it as it is. This is just an extra revenue stream for them. That's how I see it. Because they know for a fact that there's a lot of people on PlayStation playing this Call of Duty. And also going into the second question, I can't even say if it's a W or an L. This is basically, it's not even a matter of W or an L. This is more of a matter of, you know what? Let me lock it up for myself. So if I can't have it, then you can't have it either. That's what it comes down to. This is more like, I got the money and I'm just going to buy up everything. If you can't have it, then I'll make sure that I'll have that cake double. It's that simple. It's come to that point, Doc, that these guys are going after buying everything. I've already been saying this as a joking standpoint, but I'm gonna make this a reality. I feel. I have a feeling that they're gonna buy EA or Ubisoft next, if not Take Two. They're gonna be doing a bidding. If you're spending 70 billion, where's the limit? The sky is the limit, right?
Yeah.
That's a lot of money, man.
Totally.
And that means that these motherfuckers can do it again.
See,
I'm telling you.
Make them all shitty.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I'll give you a
If
simple.
you can't compete, then buy them all.
Totally. I think
that's the strategy.
Tornado brought up a nice point. You can go ahead again. I'm just going to intersect you for just a moment. The development budget for God of War 2018 was anywhere between 100 to 200 million dollars, right? If Microsoft has so much of money,
exactly,
they have shit for what do you say, talent. Why aren't there like 200 or 300 God of War caliber games exclusive to Xbox?
That's a good point, Doc.
Call of Duty has been made for 130. How much did Halo cost? I bet you those prices are going to be going up because they can't fucking manage dick.
Yeah, that is true. Nelson's also making a good point. A lot of people left that studio though, where they make that Halo game. And that's a lot of paychecks that you have to pay. People leaving, people coming in, and whatnot. Overhead costs, you name it. That's an expensive project in by itself. The last question, I kind of forgot what Doc said about that one. Was it no? Was it not the W and the L? I already touched on that one. The last question that he asked. Shit, I forgot that one. Doc, help me out. What's the last question you asked me?
Last question.
There's so much going through my mind, though.
I understand, man. So
we just lost a lot of developers too with all this bullshit they got going on here. True. And Call of Duty sales were down 30% this year.
So I'm gonna replace the last question. I am down 2 beers, man. You gotta understand myself as well. So my question is gonna be is should there be a knee-jerk response from Sony or Nintendo? Fuck Nintendo, they're doing their own game. So, what's
Nintendo's
your
doing their
answer
own
for
thing. They're
this?
already out. Simple as that. As for Sony, um, the only thing that they can do is just keep going what you have been doing for the last 2.5 decades. Just make sure that you pump out great content and show people why you bought a PlayStation. It's that simple. Just keep doing what
I
you're
think
doing.
I think you
It's
might
kind of
see
like
what
what Nintendo's
Firewalk's
doing.
been working on sooner than later now.
Yeah. At this point, with this acquisition bullshit, it's becoming dangerous to a fact like we can't compete. So you know what? We'll just buy everyone. That's what they're going for. And Doc, those studios that you mentioned with the Neon Falcom and the guys
Mm-hmm.
that make that IS9 and all the other games, those are just Japanese relationships. That's something I'm stealing from Mr. Nunaya business though. I'm sure he's listening. He mentioned a good point though. Basically, those Japanese developers or those Japanese
They don't
companies, they're
give
not
two
going to have it.
fucks with Microsoft.
They have a relationship in a Japanese way, so they're not going to give in to that kind of money. However, I will say this: Sega is a company that's hemorrhaging for money in a certain kind of way. You know, I'm not sure what they're doing. They're not. How do I say that? And it hurts me in the heart to say that. Though they don't come across to me as a stable company. That's the problem
So,
that I
you
have with
think they
Sega at the
might be
moment,
a
as I
possible
see them.
acquisition target?
In the state that they are now, and how weak they are, especially with the fact that they have so much nice, beloved, treasured IPs in their safe or vault, whatever you want to call it. I really hope it doesn't happen, but something tells me it man, Sega already took cash with some exclusive deal with what is it, Fantasy Star 2. I fear the worst, to be honest with you. But that's from my heart. Eh? I hope that I'm wrong. I
Hey,
truly
well, let
do.
me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Tornado.
I'm
Your
listening.
fears are kind of justified
Yep,
because if you
I
know
know.
one of the head executives at Sega currently, Sega America,
Is that
was a
Hitoshi?
former
What's his name?
uh, the former Microsoft guy.
Oh my
He's a
God, what's his name? I
former
know. Is that
Xbox.
Sudo? Is that Sudo? What's his name? Sunoda
Oh,
something. No, it's
I'm
what's his
I'm
name?
terrible on fucking names, but
I think I can
works
look it
for
up for
guys
you
like
if you give
Sega.
me a minute. What's his name?
Fuck his name, dude. Let's
Uh,
listen to Nunaya, man.
Yeah, fuck his name.
yeah, you keep
Yeah, but
continue,
okay,
continue.
so so like I've said, and Tornado's right, and like I always try to emphasize on people, Western companies can't just come in and buy Japanese companies
Exactly.
Absolutely
Thank
just
you.
on
just
point.
like
Thank
that.
you.
They
Thank you.
they cannot do that. Money
Yeah.
means shit in their
And
culture.
the
Okay.
guy that we're looking
Well,
for, his name is Kudo Tsunoda. That's the guy,
okay.
and he
All right.
worked at Microsoft.
Right.
Oh my
So
God,
he's real chummy
I can
chummy
already see.
They are
with
not
Microsoft,
for
right?
sale. Got it.
They're not. That's right. They are not for sale. And let's not forget that, right?
No,
But
I'm not
the
forgetting it.
emphasis is to try and I think, and they've probably been doing this for a while, probably, is kind of
Mm-hmm.
smoothing the relationship between Sega and Microsoft.
And
Now,
Xbox, pretty much.
if you remember the history, when Microsoft was getting into the gaming sphere, Sega was all
The first
behind them,
Xbox, the
right?
OG one. Yeah,
Most definitely, right?
I
Then they
remember
have
that one.
the
Yeah, yeah. When the Dreamcast
because
was pretty much unfortunately dying, I remember that period really
right,
well.
right.
Yeah,
And so, Sega was basically, pissed at Sony for running them out of
out of
the
the
gaming
console space, pretty
industry,
much.
of
Yeah,
the console
yeah,
space, right? So they were
yeah.
like, well, fuck you guys, we're gonna partner with Xbox and get you
True.
guys back. So they had all of these game deals,
Shenmue
and they helped the
2,
development,
Panzer
right? Helped the
Orta, all those
development of
games
the
came to
actual
Xbox.
console.
Yeah.
Yes, so they were
Virtua
trying
Fighter
their
was locked for
damnedest
Xbox. Yeah,
to
I remember
yeah,
that
it
really
was at
well.
that time. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that was a big window for them.
they were going out of their way to associate, basically ingratiate the Xbox brand with the Japanese consumers. And if Xbox did not get that seal of approval from Sega to be legitimate over in Japan, they would have no footprint. I know they have no footprint now, but they would have zero footprint if it wasn't
Exactly.
for the backing of
They were
Sega.
done for.
So
Yeah.
Right. So
We're
after that
observed.
happened, Sega wanted to partner with them again. It's like, hey, we have more IP
Yeah,
deals, blah
true.
blah blah. And Microsoft was, I don't want to say Microsoft, but Xbox was like, yeah, I don't know. Let's, so they were, kind of mushing them in the face, putting them to the side, like an annoying little brother, because
Hmm.
the annoying little brother wanted to get back at PlayStation, right? So
True.
Xbox essentially took all of the good that Sega was giving them and didn't reciprocate the love. So Sega fell out of relevance, blah blah blah, but they still
Yeah,
had that IP. I'm
true.
sorry. Sega has the most diverse IP collection of any any proprietary company, including Nintendo. Sega has the most, period. So
That's true.
if
That's true.
if if it were to happen, and I'm not saying it does, but if Microsoft were to somehow get acquisition of Sega, which they're not for sale, and there's no practical way that we can say that it would happen. But that would
Let
be, I think that
you
would
know.
be that would be the chess move right there.
Let me put it this way, Mr. Dunai. If in all fairness, after this $60 billion deal, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, did any of you actually thought that this was going to be a reality? Neither did I, though. 60 billion or 70, I should say, 68.7. If that happens, then anything is possible now at this point going forward. You know, it's
You
the
know what
same
I
as
thought?
yeah. Go ahead.
You know what I thought? Because doesn't didn't or didn't Tencent have a percentage of stake in Activision?
That is a good
What was
question.
their percentage? Because
I know they
I'm
have
gonna
believe
look
Ubisoft
it
as
up.
part of
I'm gonna
Ubisoft.
look it
I
up.
don't know about Activision.
I'm gonna look it up.
well, listen, if you want to
Tencent
sell games in
stake.
China, if you want to sell games in China,
You have to do
you
business
have
with
to
Tencent.
a Tencent is like the gateway. They have to own a stock in your company in order for
Oh,
you
okay.
to actually sell in China. That's how it works.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up.
So
Tencent stake
I thought
Activision.
Tencent would have, yeah, I thought Tencent would have taken over at that point. But
Well,
anyway,
I'm gonna
I'm
put.
just
I found something for you that's interesting, Mr. Nunaya, and even for the rest of us. Check this out. Every game company that Tencent has invested in, and the list is long. The list is long.
yeah.
So Riot Games, Epic Games. Let's check this out. Riot Games, 100%. Epic Games, 40%. Bluehole, that's PlayerUnknown's Battleground, 11.5%. Ubisoft, 5%. And here it comes. Activision Blizzard, 5%. I'm not going to quit there. We're going to go down. Platinum Games, that's an undisclosed investment. And then there is Paradox Interactive, 5%. Funcom, 29%. Discord, received 158 million
Shit.
in funding. Jesus
Just a
Christ.
moment, Tornado. Cyber
Yes, yes.
Dragon is fucking here. What's up, brother? It's been a huge,
Hey, what's
huge,
happening,
what do you
Cyber
say,
Dragon?
divide between us. It's been a long time since you've been here. Naya is here. Every single one of us is here, apart from like
Let's settle
Umar
for the Naya
Yusha
business.
and
Check
all
it
the
out.
OGs of the PS Vortex. A warm welcome to you, brother. Cyber Dragon. What's your take on this? Here's the next 2 minutes for you. I'm gonna
There you
give the
go.
mic to you. Later on, we're gonna continue the debate with Nunaya and Tornado. Just give me a moment,
Oh,
guys,
yeah,
please.
sure, sure. No worries, no worries. Take
Yeah,
it on. Take
Cyber
it on.
Dragon. What's up, brother? What's going on?
Oh, thank you
Welcome, welcome.
for having me on. I'm at a break. Usually, when you have a podcast, I'm at work, man.
Fuck the time
But
zones,
today
dude.
is a
What?
relaxed day. No
What should I do,
students.
You're
man?
always
No.
at work. You got two jobs.
But today is a real easy day for me, so I can take advantage of this moment. All I can say about this acquisition by Microsoft,
I like to hear, man.
if you
I like to
can't
hear.
buy, if you can't create great games
Or compete. I say
or
compete.
compete, well, you
Yep.
buy the next thing, the next best thing,
Exactly.
the next lower thing.
Yep.
1 second,
Something
Cyber Dragon.
just
There are like bunch of what do you say? People on Twitter asking who the fuck is Cyber Dragon. He's your father when it comes to getting platinum trophies. Fuck you, bitches. Get platinum trophies, then you're gonna have a time with Cyber Dragon. You're not gonna even hold a candle to the amount of platinum trophies this dude has, man. Fuck you, Cyber Dragon. Come on. You say you do not have time? You
Cyber
have
Dragon
time?
is PlayStation's
Dude.
gaming daddy.
Dude, you
But
have time
they
for platinum
got
trophies more than
Damn
anything
right.
in your
I
life,
do
man.
not
Come on.
have one. I don't have any cross-buy platinums.
Oh shit, that's a huge
Yeah.
what do you say,
It's a
achievement.
difference. But it's like Steve Jobs says, way back when about Microsoft, no class, this and that. They
Oh
can't
yeah,
innovate.
the
It's about
the
innovation.
the
So
infamous video clip. I've seen that one though. King Trash
yes,
made a clip about that one. I know exactly which one you mean.
yes, and
Oh
it's
yeah,
been true. It's been proven true, and it is still true.
facts, facts,
I
one
mean,
hundred percent.
and somebody else said something that what this does for Microsoft, it gives them an annual game in November through the holiday
Mm-hmm.
season. Because COD drops every November, October.
Yep,
So
October,
that's
November.
something that drops every year. They didn't have that before.
Aren't we gonna
And
play
now
it
they
on
do all of a
PlayStation
sudden.
5 though? Cyber Dragon?
Well, I don't play COD myself, so it doesn't really hurt me
Okay. Fuck. Okay.
at all.
But
I
do
don't
you
do Call
think
of
they
Duty.
they have the
I don't do
balls or the
Overwatch.
guts to remove it from PlayStation and make it exclusive?
They can,
I was gonna say,
Are
with the
they
amount of
gonna
money that
do
they
it?
spent, they can.
Well, it all
They
depends on
can.
if the
It would cost them a lot
FCC
of
gets
money.
involved. Because they said this about Bethesda, we're not going to keep games off other platforms, and they turn around and going to do that. So they're saying the same thing right now about this acquisition.
Yeah,
And
true.
we'll see what happens. They lied before.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's not gonna stop them to
So
lie
what
again?
one simple question before Tornado asks you a
Oh yeah,
multitude
no
of
worries, no worries.
what do you say, barrage of questions, Cyber Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Are PlayStation and Nintendo gonna be more keeping aside the first party games, asking,
Right.
are PlayStation and Nintendo gonna be more Japanese centric companies moving forward?
They might move that direction.
That's
Yeah,
beautiful in
because
my
the
book.
thing is
That's
that
how
it-
I've been brought up with PlayStation, right? It's first and
yeah,
foremost a Japanese giant with Nintendo. I every
yes,
single
That's
generation
true.
I owned the what do you say corresponding PlayStation and Nintendo systems right from like the
right.
Nintendo the what do you say Nintendo Entertainment
The
System
NES,
days.
SNES,
Correct, right? NES,
exactly.
Right.
SNES, 3DS, DS, even the GBA, GBA
A64.
Advance.
Yep.
Talk about the PlayStation 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 Pro, PlayStation 5, PlayStation VR,
GameCube.
PSP, GameCube. I missed out on
Don't
GameCube.
forget that one.
Yeah, apart from
Oh
that,
man, I got one.
I missed
Man,
out on GameCube, dude. I got
that's a
Sega
fantastic
Dreamcast.
system though.
Dreamcast was the
Yeah.
big deal with my friends because they loved Zelda. I had to be the talk of the town that time because there was no game as huge as Zelda back in the day. Fuck all these
True.
new games. There was no game as huge as Zelda. There was no game as huge as Metal Gear Solid or Final Fantasy VII. So
Right.
all these games are still in my fucking back pocket with future
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
PlayStation 5 releases because PlayStation is in cahoots. They are surrounding what do you say? What is the clitoris or the pussy of Square Enix right now, right? So Square Enix pussy is at
Damn.
PlayStation right now. So what the fuck are these
Oh
dudes gonna
man.
do? Play a bunch of FPS games? Yeah, I love Call of Duty. I play it a lot, but not as much as
That
all
makes it sound
these
like an interesting
huge ass
analogy.
games, dude. Just looking at Aerith, Tifa with that nice jiggle physics and amazing, what do you say, leaving Midgar on the Final Fantasy VII Remake
Mm-hmm.
Part 2, that trailer is gonna trump this fucking $70 billion. They can shove it up their asses, right? It's not gonna
Yes.
change a single piece of shit in my life as a gamer. So, Cyber Dragon, what do you have to say? If forget Call of Duty, is there anything else
Mm-hmm.
which is a huge deterrent
Hmm.
to PlayStation, which is gonna make PlayStation gamers switch to Xbox because of this deal?
Only ones that'll go is the casuals who play those games. Everybody
Exactly.
else, man, is role playing games, action adventure, story driven games. No, the stuff that it's always been putting out, and the fan base been buying and playing.
Exactly.
I
We're
don't
gonna
even know
stay.
once they
We're
see
gonna
the
stay.
subscription price, they might just buy the goddamn game on PlayStation.
And
They might
then
be like, whoa, you want how much
Dude,
a month
it's
now?
like
The
it's like
fuck?
buying a t-shirt, dude. Do you want to buy a t-shirt and a boxer? Do you want to rent that shit or do you want to buy it? Right?
true.
So, Nunaya
Price
business,
just went up.
Nunaya
Too.
had an
Price went-
amazing question which was directed at Tornado, right? So,
Okay.
Nunaya, you can direct the same question, and this time, Cyber Dragon and Tornado are gonna go and answer that question. Nunaya, you had an amazing discussion going on.
Always.
So,
Fire-
Cyber Dragon, I
fire
think
away.
your opinion is gonna matter a lot here, along with Tornado, because Tornado,
Understood.
fuck every single company. He's not gonna, nothing's gonna matter him apart from GTA Online.
Mhm.
Well, depend on. See, there's a lot of. We'll get
So,
to that part later.
sorry for
Rockstar,
like
it's
taking
not
your
the same
time
company
more,
anymore. But
Nunaya.
that's
If you
another
can
story.
direct the question once again. So there is Cyber Dragon again, along with Nelson and Tornado. They can answer your question, dude. That was amazing. So
True.
it's gonna bring in more insight to all these plebs, to all these suck ass dudes who are like having Viagra. They're not even feeling their dick
man.
anymore just because they spent $70 billion. What the fuck, man? Screw that shit.
God damn.
Yeah, go ahead,
That's the
Nunaya.
whole
I'm gonna
truth
give the
of it
mic
all,
to you, man. I'm gonna shut my ass up.
I'm gonna switch to listener. I gotta go pick up my son. So
Yeah, dude, go ahead. Yeah, you can come back again.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
All right.
Let's push the listener.
All right.
This is the
let's hear
spaces, is it?
your thoughts.
So, I mean, this is essentially the question that we always ask
Mhm.
here on the Vortex is about um, value, right? So,
Exactly. Family.
is this a value proposition for anybody other than new users that are new to the gaming space? Is this valuable to someone like you? Is it valuable for you as a consumer to associate a certain game with a certain platform that's been third party for its
Value.
existence, right? So,
Um,
is this value for you? Do you see
for me,
value in this acquisition for you as a gamer?
for me, I'd say no, and I base it off the reason that I'm stating as follows. I'm not sure Cyberdragon can see me in that one eye to eye, but to me, it comes down to quality. And with all due respect, what I've seen from Activision Blizzard, uh, let me put it this way: they are lucky that they have a game like Crash Bandicoot in their library. And I'm not talking about the racing one, the ones with the platformers, the Crash Bandicoot 1, 2, and 3. That's the only quality game that I see in their portfolio. Other than that, I don't see value in them. So for me, if they spend in this case, I'm going to round it upwards, argument's sake, $70 billion, and I have to ask, what did you spend it on? I asked this question the same time when they bought Bethesda, and I said the same thing with that $7 or $8 billion acquisition. What the hell have you bought? You bought nothing, and I'm saying that again here. $70 billion, you bought nothing. Again, how far is this? Does this have to go? You know,
Because that's a great point, and I'm glad you put it that way. You know why? Because the $70 billion wasn't for somebody that is looking to get into the platform or the ecosystem. It's
No,
for
no.
essentially it's feeding to the people that are already a part of the ecosystem, right? To give them
Exactly.
narrative. Like I said, it's
Yep.
all about marketing and mind share. $70 billion to Microsoft for because believe it or not, the thing isn't final. The acquisition isn't final because
No,
it
no.
can't. It's not going to take effect until the next fiscal year,
Exactly.
which fiscal year ends in third quarter of this year, right? So next fiscal year starts
True.
next year,
Facts.
right? So nothing's going to change until the start of the next year. But I guarantee you they're going to leverage the marketing aspect of this because all throughout this time, right? Like what happened? What happened with the Bethesda deal last year with the marketing on the PlayStation side for properties that were bought prior to the acquisition? Deathloop, Ghostwire
true.
Tokyo,
They
right?
gotta honor
It's
those, right?
stifled PlayStation's.
Those were timed
Stifled
exclusives.
PlayStation.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
stifled PlayStation's ability to leverage those IPs to sell their product because at the end of the day, it's like, oh well, this is eventually coming to Game Pass, or oh, this is a Microsoft property. It muddied the waters as to what you associate a quality product on a certain platform. Now, it's doing the same thing with Call of Duty. Hell, any of Activision's properties, they can choose to not let. I mean, they'd be stupid to do this, but they can choose to not let PlayStation market any of their first party any because they're all first party titles now. Any of their first party titles. So if anything, they'll let the games come out on the other platform because they know that it's the more popular platform, PlayStation or PC or whatever, right? But the association, they're gonna market it with the green and the fucking Xbox logo and plaster it all over that shit. You know what I'm saying? So all of these are very strategic moves to leverage the market share of Microsoft, of Xbox. Hell, it's all working in concert. So when motherfuckers go in to fucking GameStop, if they still do, which all the GameStops now, all the Microsoft shit is right in front of the store, so you can see it like right when you come in. It used to be in the back because motherfuckers didn't buy games.
It was
They
in the
still
back.
don't, right?
Yeah.
They was way in the back because motherfuckers did not buy Xbox games. They go in there for Call of Duty, get their shit, or a controller,
Oh
get
man.
some points, and they get the fuck out. You know it. You know what I'm saying? But
True.
now they right in the front of the store with the fucking the big
Man.
fucking advertisements and shit like that. It's all strategic. It's all marketing. You know what I'm saying? Will it pay off?
Yeah.
I don't
So
know.
to answer your question, I myself see no value, in it, for as a consumer. If you're on the PlayStation consoles, some might be upset, some aren't, like myself. But the big picture is not only are they paying $70 billion for Activision Blizzard, they are inheriting everybody's payroll.
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn
All of
right.
that.
Yeah.
And
Payroll and their
I-
sexual harassment,
yeah, all of
touching
that goes with it.
boobies and shit like that,
So
farting on
either
your
go with
faces. Yeah, go ahead.
company going forward, and there's some, if you see with other developers or publishers, developers leaving because they're under Microsoft. So how did Jay Barry put it? The Xbox stench will be all over Activision and Blizzard games going forward. It's just going to be there.
Man. Yeah, that's that
you
is
gotta have that
fucking true.
PlayStation fragrance, man, to spray that stuff away. I gotta get Febreze.
PlayStation fragrance. I like that, man. I like that.
Yeah, that's Jay
PlayStation
Barry. Jay Barry
fragrance.
came up with that. All kudos to him.
I was gonna
But
say, I like that one. PlayStation fragrance.
So we got a no value and a no value.
It's gonna bolster Game Pass. They're hoping that might move something. Other than that, Microsoft be in prime position just to go full third party.
Yeah,
That's
there you go.
At this point, they are. If you ask me,
words out of my mouth.
Yeah. Third party is in there. I
If
guess.
one doesn't fail, they go full third party. Just like with GameStop, the deal with GameStop. Say Target, Walmart, Best Buy decide to kick their consoles out the door. They still got GameStop across this country. And their stuff is in the front of the store. That's one reason why they did that as a backup plan in case, because other markets overseas, I've heard, have removed their consoles out of their store because nobody was buying them.
Because they weren't selling? Oh. I hadn't heard that, but that does make sense.
But the thing
Yeah,
is,
this
this is
is
all
you know,
good and fine for console wars on Twitter, on YouTube, on social media. More than that, I don't think it's gonna affect an average gamer who's always already invested in a platform, right? It's not gonna
right.
change. What do you say? It's not gonna change anything for us. Only
Or move
good
the
thing
needle. Or
about
move the
this
needle.
is every time you
True.
showcase an amazing gameplay footage, or the moment we start sharing our amazing screenshots we take on photo mode when it comes to Horizon Forbidden West coming next month, the
Oh
experts
yes.
are gonna go, but we got Bethesda, but we got Activision, right? They do not have
But you
games,
know,
but they have studios. They have
Yeah,
all
man.
these buying
You
potential,
can.
which is not going to give them any shit, which is going to stand against The Last of Us Part 2, for that instance. Is there going to be a
hmm
game produced by first party studios of Microsoft, which is going to stand head to head against a PlayStation 3 game, The Last of Us Part 1, or even Uncharted Part 2? Uncharted 2 Among Thieves. I think it's even Xbox cannot beat that game, man. It launched on PlayStation
no.
3. I don't think there is a single game on Xbox which is exclusive to its platform which can stand ahead of that game. See, Naughty
Mm,
Dog, Insomniac Games,
Mm,
Guerrilla Games, even Housemark, screw Housemark, even take Blue Point Games. Is there a studio which can stand head to head against all these big bang studios, even Sony Santa Monica?
right.
Nothing, man. Even Rockstar lost with their
yeah.
biggest game, which was Red Dead Redemption 2, that
Oh
lost
man, they
against
killed that
God of
game.
War,
They
man. That
killed.
is gonna hurt.
Mm,
Rockstar
Yeah.
actually, the only thing is they have been slacking a lot recently, but I give
Oh
respect
my
to
god.
Rockstar because one of my favorite franchises from Rockstar, like the Manhunt series or the Bully, these were the games on the PlayStation 2, which were amazing, which did huge things which none of the other developers dare to do. But just by investing 100 to 200 million dollars, these talented studios are bringing in the biggest games on the market, in and all these games are exclusive to PlayStation. Few of them are going to PC after a couple of years or 3 years, right? God of War coming out on PC. Did it change anything
True.
to any of you guys? We all finished the game, we loved it. That was one of the best experiences we had when it comes to third person or narrative driven games in 2018. Does it change shit because that game came to PC now? Absolutely not. Already I'm seeing so many people on the comments saying, I cannot wait for Ragnarok dropping on PlayStation 4 and 5 this year. So many PC gamers are gonna jump ship on the PS5 just to play Ragnarok. Is there
I
a
don't
That's.
know.
right?
I
I
don't know
was
about
gonna
that
say I'm actually with Cyber Dragon on that one. I don't know about that one though, to be honest with you,
Yeah, it got
because I
cracked
have
in
a
less than
feeling there.
24 hours, so it's already
Yeah,
pirated.
I exactly. So I don't know, man. I kind of hope that they keep it to PS5, though Ragnarok. But unfortunately, now that they've made, you could say kind of like a promise you put up part one. Yeah, you kind of set yourself up for like, okay, then the sequel is
Yeah,
incoming at a later point. So
But
yeah.
but
Sequel's going.
yeah,
but if you want to
so
experience this day one, you gotta buy a PlayStation console, man. You cannot have
that's
it on
true. That's
PC
true.
day
If you want to
one.
That's
experience
true.
day one, then
Yeah, but PC
PlayStation
gamers
console
are
is the
used
way
to
to go.
waiting. They're used to waiting.
Yeah,
How
that's
long
true.
are you gonna wait? Who knows? That's
oh,
the
oh,
that
they can
that's the
wait forever,
biggest trump
as you can
card which
see.
Sony is
I
using
was gonna
right now.
say they can wait forever indeed. Cyber Dragon's got a good point there again. They can wait forever.
But then the
Man.
other elephant in the room is the self-infliction wound that Microsoft did to itself. They more or less slapped the shit out of Halo, man. Infinite.
Oof.
Because they
Fuck.
They killed that bitch too.
Chris
They
shit
killed
for a
that bitch
card,
too.
man.
Oof.
All these years behind this game, all that marketing, just to throw it to the curb, man. Watch what happens. Watch less than a year and a half. Watch what happens to Halo Infinite.
I think even quicker.
People
than that.
are gonna
the
play.
player count has already dropped
People
off.
are gonna
It's
play
already dead.
Call of Duty over Halo now because it's gonna be on Game Pass.
Yeah, that's true. That's now the new thing that they're jumping on.
Mm-hmm. And
Man, it's just
another thing about the
better.
acquisition, they pay for stuff where the games would have came to their system anyway. For both developers, Activision and Blizzard, all the games that come out still came to Xbox anyway.
But
But
the
they want to
thing,
be able to.
but there's a
gatekeep
huge
off
difference,
somebody
Cyber
else's
Dragon.
platform.
You're missing a point here. There's a huge difference. These games would come to Xbox for $60 to $70 anyway. But
Yes.
now, because it's a first-party studio, they're gonna be in Game Pass. Because there are peasants on Xbox who are not gonna buy these games.
Mm.
That is the reason Call of Duty, which used to sell out almost 2:1, almost 3:1, the Call of Duty Modern
Mhm.
Warfare and Modern Warfare 2 sold 3:1 in favor of Xbox 360 compared to the PlayStation 3. Right?
Mm.
Back
Right.
back in those days, people used to buy games. Now, all these Xbox dudes, they fucking hate buying games. They want all the games to be put on a service, right? Now, with this news, they are done for life. All the Call of Duty games are going to be on Game Pass. But they do not realize
Yeah,
one
all of
thing:
them.
Game Pass price is going to skyrocket. You guys, just wait and
Yes,
watch.
it is.
Oh yeah. Nelson been saying that for a while though. They're gonna pay. He said he had a phrase, man.
I don't think
Nelson,
they're
help
going to
out,
cut
man.
it
You
less than $30, man. $30 is the least, I feel.
25 a month, man.
They're gonna microtransaction them to another dimension. How Nelson puts it though, he phrases it a lot better than I do. But oh boy, they're gonna pay out of the ass. they'll
So,
find out.
But what PlayStation COD players can do, if they do it, speak with their wallet. But most of them won't do it. So, do we have any COD players here?
Yeah, myself included.
No.
Okay, so no, I'm not a COD player. No.
Yeah,
So,
I'm gonna
more or
buy
less,
the next Call of Duty game, whether if it comes out on the PS5.
Yeah. More or less.
hmm
It's more like because my coworkers, they're like, hey, you know what? Join us and play together. You know, we have a good bond. We fish together and what. And I'm like, okay,
Listen.
okay.
Listen, Tornado. I don't mean to interrupt you. So we're gonna call.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
So we gotta troll somehow. So what? So Xbox guys are COD players now, right?
Yeah.
Or are they COD
Apparently.
players? Are they COD players or COD players?
Man,
Well, COG is a gear, and it is Gears of War. I see where you're going with this.
No. Are they COD players? COD, COD, or are they COD players?
that's a good one.
okay.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Because
Well, they've
Come on,
already
man.
abandoned Gears of War, so I guess
What are you
COD is
doing?
next
You can't
to speak,
play.
yeah, I guess.
not now.
Mm.
In a little bit. Go eat some food. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Yeah, man. Listen, man.
So basically, Microsoft wants to like cement itself being the next,
Right.
being the best place to play online multiplayer
Yeah.
first person shooters,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly.
That's
And the only way they're going to do
exactly.
it is by opening that wallet. That's it.
And you see their patterns since last year, or when Destiny's Beyond Light dropped. Microsoft dropped the bag to have Beyond Light and Game Pass. MLB multiplayer, Game Pass.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Outriders, Game Pass.
Garbage. Game
Dragon
It's
Ball
already
Fighter,
dead at
Game Pass.
arrival.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, you
So-
see, even though they were making all those minor moves, it still wasn't
Yeah.
swaying the needle for them.
Nope.
It wasn't.
That's true.
So they had to do something. They had to make like some type of big splash, and good for them. You know what I mean? They need that. Imagine having
Well-
your foot on somebody's back for like a decade. You know?
Well,
And
anime, you know,
So if this
You
doesn't
out of
work,
there.
what's the next move? What's the next move if this don't work?
yeah. Cyber
What's
Dragon's
the
kind of
next move?
answered already the question, yeah. Because where is this going to end, or where is this going to go, basically?
It's not. The next move is, I mean, if this
I'm
doesn't pan
seeing
out, you're gonna
Ubisoft
throw
for
some more
EA.
money at somebody.
That's the
You're just
next
gonna throw
one.
some more money at people.
Man.
Ubisoft for EA
I
are
mean,
the
if
next
you
one to
got
go.
the money, this is what I don't understand about Microsoft, right? I mean, if you throwing around this kind of money right now, I mean, they've always,
Mhm.
we already know they've been that superpower as far
Yeah.
as Microsoft, whatever, right? Now, if this was the direction that we're going, they should have done this years ago.
Yep, I'm about to say the same thing. They
You
should
know,
have done
they
it
should
years
have done it
ago.
years ago. They should have done it last
Thanks.
generation. Fuck the One X. Fuck all these stupid ass small acquisitions and shit like that. They should have just went straight for the big dog.
True.
That's it. Because that's what they were planning on doing anyway.
Dude, whatever you say, Anime God, I'm gonna ask you one thing, man. No matter what you're gonna do when it comes to acquisitions, fuck all those acquisitions. Just look at the logo of Konami or even Kojima Productions, displayed on a Sony's showcase, and they announce a Metal Gear Solid remake or a Silent Hill remake. Are you gonna remember this acquisition, which was $70 billion? Fuck no. We care for
I'm not even
games.
like, as far as like right now, like I'm trying to find out why I spent $11 on the Star Wars game. And all I'm doing is running on walls and solving puzzles. I'm not even worried about that shit anymore. That shit came and went. And that's the way the gaming industry got to keep it. As far as the competitors, okay, this happened. All right, we got to move forward.
Let them have the glory of these next couple of weeks, right? 2 weeks
Right.
down, and we're gonna go into February. Our wallets are gonna cry with all the $70 games which are gonna have all those
Right.
amazing games,
Yeah, I
and
spend my money though.
It's like
and the
a bargaining chip.
timelines and
It's almost like a
YouTube.
bargaining chip.
Yeah, everything will be filled with screenshots, gameplay footages of Horizon, Sifu, even like Gran Turismo 7.
Facts.
So where the fuck do they recoup all this shit, man? They are gonna do whatever the fuck they want, but no matter what they do not have the balls to keep these franchises away from PlayStation, because it's a huge fan base they cannot like neglect.
It's a lot of money on the table
Half the
that they're leaving.
market is on PlayStation.
I was going to say,
Yes, it is.
Probably
it's
more
a
than
lot
that.
of money that they leave on
So
the table, though.
you're gonna
just,
say
to
every
go to
single
waste,
Call of Duty
pretty much.
game trailer is gonna end with day and date on
I
Game
think
Pass.
it's gonna be with Call of Duty. I think it'll still be on PlayStation, but it'll have like exclusivity.
Yeah,
It'll
they're
start
gonna
to
say
be
Go in the
it's
exclusive for
commercials,
Xbox.
pretty much.
yeah, it's like an amazing deal for them. They're gonna say like it's $70 on
That's
PlayStation
great.
5,
You know,
but it's
maybe they'll
it's
get-
day and
maybe
date
they'll
on
get
Game
5.
Pass for just $15 a month.
Yep. Yeah,
Right.
true.
That's actually not a bad deal if that's,
Hey, you
if
can
that's the type of
also
game you're into. You know,
expect them
if
not
you
to
like,
utilize the PS5 fully. They're not going to do that.
Hey, what if they do this? For
Oh, here it
every,
comes.
yeah, you know where I'm going. What if for every game, the first party, that they have multi-platform on PlayStation, you have to create a Microsoft account like you do in Minecraft?
Oh my
Fuck that shit. I'm not gonna buy
God.
those games, man. Fuck it.
Jesus
Hey.
Christ. You already
Hey.
know that's the beginning of the end, eh? Pretty much then.
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm done.
I don't know.
I'm done. I already said that if that was the
I
case,
ain't
then
gonna
I'm gonna
have
take a
any
fit
of that shit,
and
man.
do a new hobby. Fuck that shit.
I mean, look, right now nobody kind of know. Everything is speculation and hypotheticals or whatever. So you really won't really know what's going on. Obviously, probably till like next year, and then moving forward, but by then, I don't think it's gonna like I don't think they're gonna like shut down the market or some shit, and it's just gonna be Xbox now. Xbox is number one, and they're gonna sell like 100 million consoles. They've never sold 100 million consoles ever.
No.
Yeah.
And they ain't about to start now. So
Also,
I think like if you look at the acquisition right after they announced the acquisition, they also announced that Game Pass had like 25 million followers now. Right after. Instantly. I'm talking about like probably like 10, 15 minutes apart, they announced that. or whatever. The now
Oh,
Game
so
Pass is 25 million strong.
they confirmed 25
Oh.
million. I didn't see
Yeah,
that.
Well,
25
I don't know if
million.
it's confirmed, but I mean, on their Twitter,
Yeah,
it was.
Oh, 25
it's
million
official.
followers
Yeah,
on Twitter? Who the fuck gives a fuck about followers?
No, not followers on
subscribers.
Game Pass.
Subscribers? Oh,
Subscribers
okay,
on
all
Game
right. I was
Pass.
about to say, who the fuck?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
what
nobody
does
gives a
that
fuck
mean?
about that shit. But so that's their thing. They're listen. They 10 toes down with Game Pass.
Yeah,
Mhm.
The brand could die. The Xbox brand could die. They don't give a shit about that. They just give a fuck about Game Pass.
Mm.
So and that's
hold
where
on,
they
hold
gonna
on,
go.
hold on. You're saying Xbox is dying, right? But anyway, if
No,
the
I'm
Game
not
Pass,
saying it's dying. I'm saying that they don't give a fuck if the Xbox brand dies, but
I know.
they give a
But
fuck more
here's
about Game Pass.
I know that's what I'm trying to say. But here's the thing: Xbox and Game Pass are kind of linked to each other. I mean, if it weren't for Xbox,
Right.
people wouldn't know about Game Pass. So if Xbox dies, then from my logic, Game Pass dies too.
I
Right.
don't know. Because listen,
No,
they're trying
it-
to
it-
no,
it'd
they're
be
trying
weird
to
if one
they're
of
the
trying to
Game Pass-
circumvent
Listen,
because
the
they'll
only Game
call
Pass
it they'll
I'm
just
worried
drop
about.
the Xbox and then they'll call it Microsoft Game Pass because
Right.
they
Exactly.
can easily
Because it doesn't say
transition that.
Microsoft Xbox or Xbox Microsoft, just like it says like Sony PlayStation. It doesn't
Right.
say any of that. It says Xbox. It's like a standalone brand, and that it's like their sister company, and they're a huge company.
Okay.
It could
I think
be
they
Game Pass too.
that. But
I
look,
mean, we're peeling the
I
onion,
think-
but it is.
yeah, I think Xbox guys are super happy, and they should.
It
Again,
should be.
you could agree with them, and they'll argue with you. So listen, don't even do it. So like
I don't
at
even
this
wanna
point,
spend
just let
time
them
with
have
them,
their
believe me.
15 minutes of fame.
Time nor energy.
It'll blow over, just like everything else does.
Yeah, that's what Anime God I've been telling. There's gonna be a single showcase of PlayStation, and they're gonna show one kick-ass game, which is fucking nostalgic, right from the play. Just imagine them announcing a Metal Gear Solid remake, right, or done from the ground up, and Blue Point Games is doing it. And just look at that footage for 10
Is that what they're
seconds.
working on?
Just look at that
Is that
footage.
confirmed?
Yeah, they might be.
That's the big question.
Yeah,
That's
they
the big
might
question.
be. And Kojima is
Oh,
completely harsh.
Oh, that's just speculation.
Yeah,
What are you doing?
one game of that caliber, everyone's gonna forget about this $70 billion acquisition. $100 million of that caliber is gonna make people forget all this shit. That's how huge
Right.
a PlayStation IP
Yeah,
or a
that's facts.
Nintendo IP is.
That's fact.
See, Nintendo or a PlayStation IP is more than $500 billion. Fuck their market share. Fuck everything else. When it comes to gamers and what we truly deserve to achieve, when it comes to like true happiness while playing all these amazing games we've been playing since our childhoods, right? Tornado. Those franchises, man, just if you look at those trailers, Sony is not foolish enough to just showcase a CGI footage or an early access footage. They're gonna show up a gameplay with a nice subtitle captured on a PlayStation 5.
Oh,
Right?
definitely.
Right?
That's pretty much their
Yeah,
standard.
that
hallmark now. I mean,
one game is enough to turn the tide. That one game is more than sufficient. Without all
I was
these
gonna say.
fucking semiconductors shortages, if there were to be like a era without all this COVID and shit, PlayStation 5 would have like completely steamrolled on even Nintendo Switch right now. The only
If they had
reason
enough supply,
but
then yes,
I don't think
definitely.
I don't think people run into to stores to go buy Xboxes right now because of this shit.
Yeah, the only reason they're buying Xbox is because they're not finding PlayStation 5s. And the store
Exactly,
people
so-
are extremely intelligent to be direct people towards Game Pass, giving them Doritos or all that shit and saying like just for $1. you can-
PS4
Energy.
prices are above fucking Series S prices right now.
Oh, Nelson is back again. Dude, what's up, man?
Yeah.
I just got home. I picked up the.
Oh, let's give the
oldest-
mic to Nelson. Hot minute. He's been, what do you say, active on, what do you say,
I gotta hear from him
chat
as
as
well on
well.
this story.
So
Man.
Hey,
I'm
there's
gonna
gonna be a
say
lot-
I'm
lot
gonna
of
say one
conversations out
thing.
there.
If you're gonna tell me, do you wanna have Project Eve on PlayStation 5 or the next Call of Duty? Do you know what I'm gonna choose?
I'd
It's
buy
gonna
Call
be
of Duty the
fucking
decade, so-
Project Eve. I wanna go through, what do you say, Isaac Newton and explore the laws of physics with all the jiggly ass
Yeah.
shit which is happening in
Yeah.
Project
Yeah.
Eve, man.
I knew
Fuck
that's
all
where you
these
were going
games.
with it.
I love Japanese devs. I love Japanese games. I love the fact that Xbox is going back to its roots being a Western developer, Western publisher, for instance. PlayStation and Nintendo made their way to where they are right now, not because of their first party games. They made those tides, especially PlayStation, dude. Nintendo, especially since the very beginning, has been totally geared towards their first party games. But PlayStation, during the PlayStation 1 and the PS2 era, most of the games which are like big ass bangers were from the third party studios, correct? Metal Gear Solid, Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest. Every single game was from
Oh, yeah.
third party studios because they did not have a single next generation console which could render 3D graphics as good as a 32-bit PlayStation 1. During that time, the 16-bit era, Nintendo was adamant. They said fuck you to Sony and they said fuck you to Nintendo. And that is the reason why Sony is as huge as it is right now. So I want to go back to that era. I want to see more diversity, more amount of IPs coming to PlayStation. I do not just want PlayStation just to play their first party AAA GOTY games, man. I love this diversity
golden
which
age of,
PlayStation gives. Xbox cannot match that shit. They experimented with shit during their more successful Xbox 360 era. They tried so much. They brought in like so many JRPGs which were exclusive for Xbox 360, which did not launch on the PS3, but they failed miserably. They realized it. There were so many games. The Blue Dragon one, what was the game for that? The name of that game I'm forgetting right now.
Lost Odyssey, I believe.
Yeah, one
Was
was
it that
Lost
one?
Odyssey. The other was from the, what do you say, character designer of Dragon Ball Z. There was one more game. There were so many games which were exclusive to 360, which actually fit nicely on PlayStation, but they failed miserably. I don't think Xbox is going back to that era, man. They just want to focus on Western games, these FPS, first person shooters, all these. Let them have their own glory. Fuck them. I just want more different types of games to launch on PlayStation, which has been happening. Nintendo Switch and Sony PlayStation 5, these are the only two consoles you need to own right now to experience 90 to 95% of gaming goodness. Does anyone has to say anything against this?
No, I don't know. I'm not even going to object.
Not at all. Not at all.
Nope.
No.
So, yeah, Taran saying you've been awfully silent, man. You got to add anything to this shit, man?
No, I'm good.
Yeah. So, Nelson, what's up, man? What do you want to add? We've been talking about the same shit, but I just want to bring up another topic. What do you
Okay.
expect for the next PlayStation showcase to be? When it's gonna happen, and what are they gonna show?
Right before
interesting
Horizon.
question.
They've been always doing a show right before they drop something big.
Yeah,
I've noticed this.
state of play, right?
Yeah.
So I'm guessing Sifu, because that's on February 8th, right? Sifu drop February 8th.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hey, I'm waiting on that one, man. I got my digital copy locked and loaded. I'm just waiting for it to come out so I can play.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
got
feels
the
like
as well.
reliving the memories of Bruce Lee, right? It feels so awesome.
Man, for me, the reason why I bought the game because I'm a big fan of fighting games, man. Even on the side-scrolling beat 'em up genre, I grew up with that shit, man. With Streets of Rage, Final Fight, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter 2. Even at a certain point, Street Fighter Alpha 3. Then you got the
You
Street
want to
Fighter
beat
3
up the hood
First
of a
Strike.
car, man? Come on.
Man,
Like,
that kind of stuff, you know. So, but long story short, to me, I like fighting games, and if it has something good to it, you know, a cool story and whatnot, and some cool style and
bringing up
atmosphere,
fighting games,
I'm in,
Tornado,
man.
I'm gonna bet my ass on this. Street Fighter 6 is gonna be exclusive to PlayStation 5, and it's gonna launch on the biggest stage of fighting games, Evo.
Oh yeah, and they bought Evo. I almost forgot about that one. Yeah, that's true. That would be that makes sense, pretty much. Yeah,
It's gonna happen.
why wouldn't it? You know, why wouldn't it? It only makes sense. You bought the world's biggest fighting games esports tournament of the planet. You know, it's yours. If you announce your fighting game day and day right there, it's locked and loaded. You're done in the fighting game space, pretty much.
They've already been done. They don't have Guilty Gear either.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
They
And
have Killer Instinct as an IP. They just say they haven't done shit with it. They made
they
that free to play shit, and that died off quickly.
Yeah, no. And everything that these guys have in their hands, it either dies out quickly or it dies a painful death. One of the two routes.
Hey, you
It's
know what
that simple.
that reminds me of something.
So, Cyber
Uh,
Dragon, what's your next platinum, man? Which game
Oh,
are you
Mr.
going
Nine
through?
wanted to.
hey, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah, that reminds me of something. Weren't because I think they Microsoft was alluding to this some time ago, where they were speaking about getting into the what's it called the what is yeah, into the competitive um gaming sphere
The esports market, you could say.
esports market. Yeah. But they were
Yeah.
talking about that. Hey, listen, this acquisition works right into that. You know what I'm saying? With Overwatch League, obviously the new Overwatch is coming out, Call of Duty, Hearthstone.
Yeah, they'll be
Yeah, this
sponsors for that now.
yeah, most definitely. Because that was a lot of things where a lot of esports people participants were complaining about Blizzard and Activision, although they were turning record profits, were not really putting money into the esports portion of it. So maybe that'll change if they want. If what Xbox said is true, what Phil Spencer was talking about is true, that maybe this will get them the foothold space that they need to be in the esports market, and that's pretty big. It's pretty big. I don't know if anybody's ever considered that, but that just came to me just now.
I think it's a good point that he made. Because in all fairness, if we're looking at an esports event, Evo is the one where the most of the eyes are fixed on. And then maybe at a distant second, you got like some of these first-person shooting events. What's the other one called? There was another name for that one. Sometimes you see individuals like Doctor Disrespect and Shroud and those kind of guys compete in those tournaments, you know. But it's not as big as
Overwatch
Evo.
was huge. The second one will bring in a lot of people.
Yeah, that's true.
And
Overwatch.
they
That
do
might
have
be the one to do it for them.
they do have DoomCon now with Bethesda as well. So I mean, I don't know. I think that they've kind of leveraged themselves in a good spot to
See,
kind
yeah,
of
and Nunaya, one thing
uh,
is regarding Overwatch, I think I've played over 1,600 hours on Overwatch on
damn,
PlayStation 4. Yeah,
Holy
I
shit.
love that
bro.
game.
That's a
The
lot of
main
fucking
thing
hours.
is myself and my brother, he also has a PlayStation 4 back in that day. We used to love that game. It was incredible because Overwatch, that the competitive kind of game with its niche audience, but the kind of things it brought to the table, it even went ahead in winning Game of the Year, right, against Uncharted. So I totally respect Overwatch community, but the thing is, they do not have the balls to move ahead. Overwatch 2 is just a reskin of Overwatch with a little bit of change in mechanics. They didn't even change the characters.
Major facts. Major facts.
Absolutely, I lost so much of respect for Blizzard, man. I love Blizzard,
And
right?
that was Game of the
Hearthstone.
Year against
See, you do
Uncharted,
not
huh?
believe it.
My
You do
God.
not believe it during the time
Jesus
wherein I
Christ.
was going through my
Ouch.
what do you say, my med school during my post graduation and stuff, wherein I was away from my consoles and shit. I played so much of Hearthstone, right? I love that shit. I like Blizzard for only one reason. They support their franchises for almost a decade. When did
Most
Hearthstone launch,
definitely.
dude? It launched in like 2008 or 2009, I guess, or 2011, I guess. Almost 10 years.
I think it
It's still
was.
going strong.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Though the
yeah,
fan base is
yeah.
reduced, they have a history of supporting their franchises for goddamn long amount of time until it completely dies out. That is one good thing about Blizzard. But I recently used to play Hearthstone, Overwatch as well. I stopped playing Overwatch almost a year and a half ago. The moment I felt like there were so many games I was missing out on. It is similar to what like Tornado goes through while playing GTA Online, right? I right now I
Yep.
still play MLB The Show
Facts.
21. I want to say that I reached World Series almost like for the 13th time for the 13th season, and
Holy
finally,
shit.
fucking after 767 hours of playing MLB The Show 21 on my PS5, I've deleted the game because I think it's the end of the season. I'm just waiting for the next game to launch. But this is the fucking game which is gonna eat away my time from experiencing so many other games, man. So the same thing used to happen to me with Call of Duty, with Modern Warfare 2, all those games I played on my PS3. So many games on the PS3 I missed out because of playing non-stop Call of Duty back in that day. I still have huge respect. To this day, hands down, the best FPS shooter, which is easy to get in and little complicated to master, is always going to be Call of Duty. Fuck Battlefield, fuck all other shooters, even Destiny. Call of Duty is the easiest shooter to get into, and their physics when it comes to like the bullet physics, the way you utilize the weapons, I gotta give it up to Activision. Not Activision, sorry. I'm talking about their studios, which officially produce Call of Duty games like the Sledgehammer games and what else? Treyarch. All these studios are under Microsoft now, right? That is a
True.
huge punch in
Yeah.
the gut if at all it becomes exclusive to Xbox Series X. I think I'm gonna be tempted to buy an Xbox Series X if at all
Oof.
a Call of Duty
Oof.
game
Oof. Oof.
becomes exclusive to Xbox. If they're gonna absolutely announce that no future Call of Duty games are gonna be coming to the PlayStation, I think
Yeah, but if they announce that, like if they announce that that the next Call of Duty is going to be exclusive to Xbox, they'll lose money
I was gonna say there's definitely gonna
because
be an
they're-
you'll see that.
I mean, come on. I mean, who the majority of the people that play Call of Duty don't even play on Xbox. They play on PlayStation and PC.
dude, that is now. But back in the 360 days,
Oh
most
yeah,
of
yeah,
Call of
yeah.
Duty
That's
play,
you're
dude,
talking about
That
back
was
right?
back
They
then.
then.
want that
Back
glory days
then.
back. They want to
Man.
replicate. They want to replicate the success of 360. The Xbox
Yeah, and
360
how?
sold incredibly well, right? PlayStation 3
Right.
was the only PlayStation console which did not cross 100 million sold. It sold around
Doc,
like
let me
82, 83 million, right?
Doc.
Xbox 360 almost like 70, 75 million, man. Almost just like 10 million less than PS3. That was the
Doc,
closest they could get to a PlayStation. They want to replicate that shit again.
Doc.
That is what is showing with this Activision acquisition, dude.
Right.
Fuck this Activision shit. It's so hard to even like
Doc, I want to add something to what you're saying.
Yeah.
So they want to relive the 360 glory days, right? So to what cost are they actually prepared to go then? So they already spent $70 billion. You're telling me that if they want to relive that success, that would mean that they have to buy some more stuff then, pretty much. That means EA, Ubisoft, eh?
Even if they do
at a
not
certain
buy
point,
stuff,
Take-Two.
see, dude,
Huh?
they have explicitly stated that Starfield is not coming. Not just Starfield. None of the Bethesda IPs are coming to PlayStation. Correct?
Believe me, I'm not missing anything. That's all
Yeah.
I'm going to say on that.
I mean, if anything, it gives Starfield more time to be a piece of shit because now you're not even.
I'm
now
not
you're not
talking
even
about the
talking
quality,
about.
dude. I'm
Yeah,
not
but now
talking
you're
about
not
the
even
quality
talking
right
about
now.
like who cares. Listen, but check this out though. Who cares about Starfield now when you got Blizzard?
This is more like Minecraft though, where if you take it off that uh, Nintendo and fucking PlayStation, you're
Yep.
gonna lose out on billions and billions and billions of dollars, not
Millions and
tens of
billions of dollars,
millions,
indeed.
billions and billions and billions of dollars. You'll never make back your money just off of your own
No.
platform with something that huge.
And why would
It's
you?
just like
And why would
it
you
would not
not
make
want?
sense. People say,
Why would?
"Oh, if PlayStation bought Capcom and they cut out PC, they cut out Nintendo, and they cut out fucking Xbox, they never make their money back. That's why they buy companies, they buy developers that they've been working with because they're valued upon the games that they have already
Right.
made for them. They're not made. They haven't made stuff for all these other platforms, so they can get them at the value that they are to PlayStation and not to the market in general.
Right.
See, the
Yeah,
biggest,
You know what
the
I'm saying?
biggest,
Thing.
the biggest
PlayStation
talking
builds
point of an
relationships.
Xbox fanboy right now. Do you know what?
Right.
You
No.
guys can buy all the $70 games like God of War, Ragnarok, Horizon,
Yeah.
or even
How many
GT7. You
$70
buy, you
games are
guys
we
can
playing
buy
a
all
year?
that shit for $70. But we're gonna get the next
Yeah, I'm not gonna
COD.
be able to eat
We
all
are
that
gonna
for
get the
$70.
next Call of Duty as part of the Game Pass subscription. We're not gonna shell out any money for that, right? We are gonna play that shit, and if
You're
at
gonna
all
shell it out. You're just gonna shell it out every month.
every month, that's true. I'm talking in terms of fanboy and Xbox fanboy, right? But if at all Call of Duty turns out to be Xbox exclusive, then it's gonna change shit. So many people I know who buy a console just to play Call of Duty, man.
But
It's
it'll
such
only
a
change.
huge deal, dude.
Yeah, I mean it's a big deal, but I mean it's not the end all be all. You know, like shit happens. You know, I'm curious to see what Sony has. You know, like
There we
up
go.
their sleeve type of shit. You know what I mean? I want to know what
You're
like
going
what
right.
their
Right.
move is. I want to know what their next move because it's a chess game. That's all it is. I want to know what their next move is going to be. You know what I mean? And how they move
Do you
forward.
think they're gonna dip into the multiplayer
There we go.
FPS side with
There
their
we
first
go.
party games
They
like
have
Killzone?
to. Now they have
There we
to.
go.
Now they have to.
Hey,
Now they have
y'all
to.
are reading my fucking
Because
mind.
because now they
Well,
have to.
they're already working with Firewalk
Before
and
it was just
Deviation too.
well, I mean, look, before it was just we're gonna work on our first party shit. Let that be a single player experience. And you know, what I mean, as far as like multiplayer, we just did with a third party. Now you ain't got that shit. You know, so that's why I'm curious to see what they're gonna do next or whatever. Because it's not like they can just go, oh well, you know what? Since you guys bought Call of Duty, we're gonna go talk to Dice and go and EA and go buy fucking Battlefield. Like that's not how that's gonna work. You know what I mean? It's not gonna work like that. So I really want to know, like, you know, moving forward, what are they gonna do, like with the brand and shit like that? I'm more curious to see that than fucking
See,
Call of
the
Duty
one
on
thing people
Xbox.
are forgetting
Honestly,
is the one thing people are forgetting
Hmm.
is not every platform needs to have every single genre to the peaks, right? Not every single
correct.
platform needs to have an FPS, needs to have a JRPG, needs to have a fucking platformer like a Mario. Fuck that shit.
Right.
It is not end all be all, as you said. I totally agree, man. I was talking about from the perspective of a fanboy from Xbox. What I'm saying is,
Oh, but
I'm not here Owning a PlayStation 5, waiting for the next FPS big budget AAA game. Fuck that. I am happy with what we have been offered, right? I'm happy
Hmm.
with playing the kind of games which I love playing. If I really love FPS games, if I really love Halo, if I really love Forza or those kind of games, I would have bought an Xbox. Correct? The reason I'm playing on a PlayStation and owning a Nintendo Switch is
Listen,
because I love these kind of games.
this is
Why the fuck
this,
should
let's look at
Sony
this
try to
story.
push
This is your
FPS? That is my next question. They
like
need
look.
not,
Just look
right?
on the Discord really quick. This is our Xbox right now. Look on the Discord.
Yeah.
When they
Mind
heard
fuck.
about Blizzard going to Microsoft, they don't know what the fuck's going on half the time. They don't even play those games. Like, come on,
Hey,
True.
listen, I'm gonna tell you
you
something,
know.
Doc.
But it's great for them.
I,
I think it's great for them.
Doc, I gotta disagree with you.
Yeah. Regarding
I
what?
gotta disagree with you
Regarding?
because regarding the association with one platform with a certain genre of game, we've already seen how detrimental it was to Xbox that they couldn't produce that they couldn't produce third person narrative games. It
Yeah, it's true.
destroyed their entire narrative, right? They just can't do it, right? So
I agree.
They can't do
they had to
anything, dude.
relinquish
For
that.
that instance, they can't do anything. See, because
But
Bungie developed in the initial part of their Halo games, it was successful, right? It all depends on the talent of the
yes,
studios. The once Bungie left Microsoft Studios and stopped producing Halo games, it went to shit. The moment 343 Industries took over Halo, it went to shit. That's what I'm getting at.
Years. The only thing that they've kept
I
that's
agree
been
what
still
Nunai
going
is
well is
saying,
Forza.
correct? I agree, man. See, we do not play every single genre of game every single day or every single month. It's not like it's gonna destroy shit. See, for instance, Nunai, PlayStation 4 didn't have a single first person shooter game, right? Like the Killzone Shadowfall wasn't
Ted
so
Williams, yeah.
huge and its multiplayer died very quickly. Can you answer me one single question? Why the fuck was PlayStation so successful without having a single first person shooter first party game?
It was third party.
I believe it's their diversity of library.
Yeah,
They
that's
had
what I'm
something
getting at.
for
So,
everybody.
despite having the diversity, why didn't they have a first person shooter from their first party studios? They didn't have a single
Because
one apart from Killzone
right,
Shadowfall. But
and
still,
because of
it
third party. See, here's the thing. Here's the
same.
thing, Doc.
Yeah,
FPS games are extremely hard to compete with one another with. Like we, the gaming industry essentially was like, okay, hey, you got Call of Duty, you got Battlefield.
Yeah,
Those are the two
Titanfall 2
juggernauts.
is better than all of them, and it didn't
no
compete
matter.
Most
because they didn't have the
definitely.
name.
Correct.
Most definitely. So, and that essentially flopped. You know what I'm saying? Both of
Yeah, and that was
Titanfall 1
better
and
than
2.
all of them. I don't give a fuck what
That's my
nobody
point.
says.
The space is extremely tough and competitive, right? So, if you're going to develop a game, it's going to cost a couple, 100 million or not even that. I don't know, whatever. But PlayStation 3 realized the hard way with a lot of it because PlayStation 3 had a shit ton of those fucking first person FPS
Yeah, if you're not
shooters.
already established,
You know what I'm
like you're
saying?
not one of the first
They
ones in the
had
door, you can't really get
right.
in, no matter how good your
So
game
they
is.
exactly. So they had a shit ton of those fucking things, right? And what happened? All of them just got relegated to the wayside. All of them had multiplayer. None of them really took off. I guarantee you, none of them sold a million. You know what I'm saying? None of them. Not Haze. Not fucking what's Quantic Theory? No, that was kind of like a Gears game. Uh, none of those games really took off, right? So uh, PlayStation Sony was basically like, well, fuck it. I'm not going to waste all this money on these games, and these fucking people are going out and playing the same two franchises, Call of Duty and Battlefield. I'm just going to let the third party handle that shit, and I'm going to focus on what we do well, which is our third-person narrative games because nobody is doing it better than us, right? They could rest on that for the entirety of the PlayStation 4 generation. Call of Duty and Battlefield held it down, right? Now there may be a challenge to that. So they may have to, and this is, I'm glad y'all brought this up because I hope that this makes them dig in their coffers and dust off some of the shit that they put to the wayside. Get your SOCOM back, get your resistance back,
Correct.
get back in your kill zone bag. You know what I'm saying? Pressure bust pipes. And if you know, I believe that they can do it. It doesn't have to be this grandiose production that Call of Duty and Battlefield are doing. You can't compete in that space, and it's going to cost you a lot in order to get that
Yeah,
shit
it's
right.
a
So,
very
all
tricky
right,
situation to be in if at all Call of Duty ends up being an Xbox exclusive, right? For Sony. It's a
oh, most
very,
definitely.
very tricky situation to be like
But you can't,
not have an FPS of their own.
right?
They
But you
don't
can't
even
just
have
rest and be like,
something like
oh, they
first
got
party
that.
like Halo, which is the name itself sells consoles. Or not right now because it's gone to shit, but still that is the kind of what do you say, heavy weights they need to lift right now. I think there is as you mentioned, I agree upon to your points, Nunaya. There is a lot of pressure when it comes to that space right now, which is lacking. Correct?
I would like to know, like, from a PC guy's perspective, because they did get World of Warcraft too in that. Like, what would they think about it? Oh, do they even
Diablo.
give a shit?
That's a good one indeed. That's a good
And
question.
Diablo too. You know what I mean? I would
Yeah.
like to know, like a real PC guy, not no fake ass PC guy with a cheap ass laptop. You know what I mean? Like a real PC guy who just games on PC. Because remember, PC guys, they were, they didn't give a shit about Game Pass or anything like that. Because they were getting that shit for free anyway. Because remember, a lot of PC guys, a lot of Xbox guys switched to PC because they didn't have to pay for that monthly subscription.
Hmm.
So I would like to know what, like, their perspective, because now you gotta have to up the Game Pass value eventually.
Yeah.
Because there's no way it's gonna stay the same. Like,
Listen, I
Yeah,
have a lot of friends
Has to change.
that are PC exclusive gamers, and and speaking to them this morning, they were basically saying, "Hey, okay, all they care about is the direction of leadership." You know what I'm saying? They don't think that anything practically is going to change as far as their platform is concerned. Specifically, like people that play Warcraft and Hearthstone and shit like that. They think that the predatory practices are going to be minimized because of the Microsoft acquisition.
They're only
know
going to
whether
get
that's
worse.
be true. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Did you
They
see
are
the
going to
funny
get
thing,
worse.
Nunaya? Did you see the funny thing? The Game Awards, they even on the show absolutely said that they banish all the sexual harassment charges against Activision. That's the reason none of the Activision reps are gonna be on stage, and they were vocal about it, right? Even on Twitter, everywhere on social media, Jeff Keighley was vocal about them trying to banish Activision because of their practices. Now, all of a sudden, because Microsoft has acquired Activision, it's all
Thank you,
fine
Doc.
and dandy.
Thank you.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah. Thank
off
you.
the record,
You touch upon that one. Thank you.
off the record, like, I don't want to, touch any, like, pedophile stuff, while you're live or whatever. But off the record, I got something to say about that, especially like us here in the States and stuff like that. I spoke to Tornado about it and Nelson earlier. So, like, it's a little different out here than it is, like,
Where I
areas
live
like
in
overseas,
Holland
Europe.
or the Netherlands, for people that
Right,
are
it's
interested where I'm
completely
from, different
right.
here
Like,
in Europe. When we see those
exactly.
kind of people, they're being crucified over here. I shit you not.
Oh,
They're doing
not
time.
over here.
Yeah.
Now
Over here,
everything
it's a
is
different
fixed,
story.
right? Everything is
We
fine now.
figured that out. You're dead. You're
Everything
dead.
is what?
Everything is fine now just because Microsoft has acquired Activision.
Nah,
I guess
nah,
so. Yeah,
not by
like
a
it doesn't
long
even
shot.
matter anymore.
It
This
doesn't matter,
guy,
man.
Yeah.
this guy.
Oh, you are
So
perfect. Don't worry about it. He's all right. He's on
the
Xbox now.
Look.
the
The way I see
influencers
it, this
wants
acquisition.
Microsoft money, dude. The influencers who run IGN, who
Mm-hmm.
run GameSpot, who run the Game Awards, everyone, none of them, every single one of them were talking shit about Activision, right? Just for the clout.
Right.
Now,
Of
all of
course.
a sudden, tables have turned just because Microsoft has, acquired Activision. They cannot talk shit about Activision anymore. They're already
No.
singing praises, saying this is the biggest acquisition in gaming history, and this
Right.
is the
It is
best
though.
deal to
It
happen.
is. It is the biggest
Yeah.
acquisition in gaming history.
But they were saying Activision was one of the shittiest of the companies. What happened to that?
Yeah.
What happened to that?
All of that. Listen. All of that. None of
That
that
narrative is
matters
now out of the
anymore.
window, eh? Yeah,
Yeah,
all of a
none of that
sudden.
matters anymore. Look, just like they were saying how Bethesda games are trash and they would never like them, but they would
They're
never love
filled
them.
with bugs,
And
Bugtesda,
now,
right?
And
Bugtesda.
now all of a sudden it's good, huh?
yeah,
God
you know,
damn.
like so. Look, whatever. It just is what it is. You know what I mean? Play what you play, love what you love. That's it, and everything will be all right.
It's like
I'm still not buying an Xbox.
being extremely
I was gonna say,
Check the
opportunistic.
that
Discord.
stays the same.
I mean, not right now. You know, like if somebody
I've
bought
learned
me
the
an
hard
Xbox,
way, Anime God. I've learned the hard way. Believe me.
right? So you know, I mean,
But
look,
hey,
this. I
lesson
think
learned.
this is a great step in the right direction for them. You know, it's amazing. It's amazing for them. You know,
I was
because
gonna
like
say,
let's be honest here, like I don't want like it's like the president, right? It's like you got at least over here in the states, you got the Democrats and the Republicans, right?
yeah,
And if you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, say they voted in a Democratic president. I'm more conservative these days, but I don't want the president to fail. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I didn't vote for him, but I don't want him to fail the country either.
I
You
was
know what I
gonna say
mean?
he's pretty much the person in charge.
Oh yeah, of course. Don't trust me. That's
If
another thing.
he's
But you still
if
don't.
he
You
fails,
still got to give them a chance. Like
I was
you
gonna say
know
if he fails, then the country fails pretty much as well,
exactly. So you don't
and
want
everyone
Xbox
feels
to
for
I'm
the
fail.
going
thing.
down with you on it, no matter who's flying the plane.
Yeah,
That's true.
and you don't want like you don't want it just to be like Sony and Nintendo. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why look, Google Stadia trying to get into the gaming world. It didn't work out the way they wanted to. But how much fucking money does Google have?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Nelson just posted a picture in the Discord. I like.
Funny as fuck, man.
It's
Yeah.
like money buys
I
everything,
told
pretty
you.
much. That's what this picture says to me. Money buys
That's what I
everything.
said. Well, that's what I
It's
said
that
earlier.
simple. Yeah.
Money
That's
can
what I was
buy
saying.
any of that shit, but can it buy my time?
Or talent.
No.
Or whatnot. No.
Time and talent, dude.
Hey, the
Yep,
talent
no,
always
gonna
leaves
say.
when they buy something. Let's be real.
Probably. But
Facts,
look,
facts.
I mean, by the time they
Fact.
get fully integrated into, like how things are or whatever, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be like a lot of people that are gonna jump ship, when they're gonna leave Activision, and Blizzard. They probably were
Dude,
anyway.
I just went through a tweet. It was from Hard Drive. He has over like 20K followers. He has tweeted, "Here's the biggest and the newest workspace abuses company to be acquired by the biggest company in gaming, Microsoft."
That text alone says enough. Pretty much.
Sure. Listen, right now you can't tell an Xbox anything. There's
No,
nothing you can
no.
say.
You couldn't tell them
Nothing.
back then. You can't
Yeah,
tell them
as we
anything.
all
now.
can't
discussed,
shit-
this
you can't
doesn't
shit back
change
then.
shit right now. It can have the same thing with Bethesda, right? It's been almost 1 year and it didn't change anything regarding the
Right,
perspective of
exactly.
games. The same thing can happen with Activision for the next 1 year, 1.5 year, hopefully, right?
I mean, it's not going to change anything right now, but eventually, yes, it will. you know, it's definitely going to change the
But
gaming platform.
I think it's gonna be
Unless
too
if
late
they
by the
want to be
time
dickheads,
it
if
changes
they want to be
shit.
dickheads and keep all those games away from, and just keep it on their platform, then honestly, like if unless PlayStation gets out of that COD market and all that other shit, which I'm pretty sure they don't want to, because that creates a lot of revenue for them. They're gonna have to, muster something out with Microsoft, and that's what they want. Now you got to talk to us. You can't talk to them no more directly. You got to talk to us now.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Yeah, that's how it is. Power narrative.
Yeah.
Facts.
So
Definitely.
that's what's gonna happen. So listen, there's a lot of smart people at PlayStation. At Sony, I mean, there's a lot of smart people over there. They didn't become the powerhouse they are now, surrounded by a bunch of retards. You know what I mean? Well,
Dude,
not,
everyone's been saying the same shit on Twitter. That is the Red
Sony
Dragon.
don't have to buy an IP. They have a lot of IP and they
Yeah.
create IP. They buy talent. They can make new IP.
Yeah, they can
They
make
take
you a
chances.
dope
Dude,
ass game.
from
They
where-
just buy it.
See, from where did the Ghost of Tsushima come?
Sucker Punch.
Correct.
Horizon Zero Dawn,
It was the
Damn.
very
Days
first game,
Gone,
man.
Dreams, Concrete Genie, Until Dawn. They published all that shit, all new shit. It was like 20 games I named the other day off the top of my head.
I
I mean,
still
and-
say,
and
I
they
still say,
have,
Until Dawn is better than every single game which launched as part of that. What is that trilogy of games which have come recently from
Yeah, a lot better, and that's
Tomb
5
Raider?
years old too. It looks better too.
Until Dawn.
they're
What about
they're
it?
apparently after that.
That's
those
the
games
best
are
game
done too.
they've ever produced, man, under Sony. The moment they went multi-platform, I don't know, the quality crashed. They went episodic. It went to shit. The Man
They're
of
supposed to be
Medan.
making games with.
Yeah, the
Yeah, Man
Dark
of Medan
Dark
series.
Pictures anthology series I'm talking about.
I mean, it's look.
Supermassive apparently is going to be working with Sony again after they're done with that.
Yeah, that's gonna be incredible, man. Until Dawn was really awesome on PlayStation 4.
Yeah, I loved it.
It
I loved
looked
it.
and played incredible, man. It's such a
Yeah.
huge game, man. It's not a small one. It takes so
Doesn't
long to
play-
No,
beat the game.
that game's 5 years old and looks and is written better than anything they've
Looks
made.
almost
in
next
la-
gen,
since then.
right? The visuals.
Yeah, that was made on Decima.
You
Oh
talking about
shit!
Detroit
Really,
Become Human?
Nelson?
Yeah, I brought that
Fuck.
up in the first episode I was on.
Oh shit! I think Decima is like it's gonna decimate everything, man.
Wait,
I
Detroit
think that was
Become
the
Human.
first game that
Listen,
actually used it.
did you guys play Detroit Become Human?
Yeah,
on the Pro?
absolutely.
Yeah, that game looked fucking great. It looked fucking amazing.
See, every single of
On the
David
PS4.
Cage games from Quantic Dream, they look incredible, man. Even Heavy Rain on PlayStation 3
Yeah,
looked
Heavy Rain did
amazing.
look good.
I
Right,
love
but-
David
but
Cage
that-
games right from Fahrenheit. Do you guys remember that game? Came out on
I do not.
PC. Came out long back on PlayStation 2. It was Fahrenheit.
Fahrenheit? Oh, you
yeah.
Fahrenheit?
Yeah, Fahrenheit.
Oh yeah, Fahrenheit. Yeah, of course.
Man, that was a long
I
time
might still
ago.
have the cover laying around somewhere around here.
Man,
Yeah, I played on the PS2.
my nephew used to play that, man. He loved that game to death.
I got the original. I showed you guys. I got that original.
I
game.
loved Heavy Rain more
PS1.
than Detroit, man. I loved Heavy Rain more than Detroit.
I was going to say, anime.
I don't
that's a
know.
classic.
Honestly, I think I like them both the same. I'm not really like. I don't really like that genre too much. But like Detroit, I got for free, and I did buy. I do remember.
As
I
part
did
of the
buy Heavy
PlayStation
Rain
Plus
when it came out
collection,
on
right?
PS3. Right. No, not on the PlayStation. But it was for free before that.
It was on
Way
PS
before
Plus.
that. It was on PS Plus, yeah.
Oh, I bought
Like,
it
a couple years ago.
because I love David Cage games, man. He's an
Right,
amazing director.
And I wasn't really.
The only
into,
game I did
like-
not like much was Beyond Two Souls. That was okay, but not so good.
with the girl.
Yeah, Beyond Two Souls.
Yeah, it was okay. Again, not my
Okay,
genre of
okay.
games, but
I skipped
I'll give it a
that
try.
one.
Did you
Sounds like
guys play Alan Wake on the PlayStation recently?
I did. Not the remastered one, the new one, but I
Oh,
played the old one.
No, I didn't
okay.
get that one yet.
I bought it
I
on
played the
the
old one.
PS5, the remaster one. I haven't finished it yet, but still, it looks wonky, dude. I think for today's
Yeah.
standards, the animations look crappy as fuck, but the story is incredible.
Right.
Can't wait for Alan Wake 2, man. It's gonna be amazing. And do you guys plan to buy Dead Space remaster remake?
I would definitely get.
I do. I love
I'll
those.
buy any game is if it's a remake from the ground up. I'll definitely like. If I played it, I'll definitely like to play it again. Only
Yeah.
if it's a
Skeptical,
remake.
man.
I don't like remasters.
Fuck, man.
If it's
Dead Space 2 on the PlayStation 3 was fuck glorious. That was like
I'm waiting for that. I'm actually. I want to play
that
that.
was a
Uncharted.
one Western franchise game which made me like relive those OG Resident Evil vibes during the PlayStation 1 era. It was like playing the Resident Evil kind of game for the very first time on the PS3, and the Dead Space
Yeah.
3 went to shit. Dead Space 3 was atrocious. 1 and 2 were incredible.
I'll tell you this.
Same thing with
before I
Mass
start-
Effect.
Yeah. Oh, before I even start anything next month, I want to get that Uncharted Legacy of Thieves collection.
Oh, is it? Haven't you completed
Yeah,
both those games?
I completed all the Uncharted except the last one, Lost Legacy, and I'm waiting for it because it's going to be 4K 60.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the visuals are going to be very much updated along with DualSense support.
Right, exactly.
But they did
And I'm actually
Don't you guys think it was an
and I might buy
amazing
that Gran
decision to
Turismo.
not launch that game despite coming out on PC? It's not launching on PC the same date. It's coming sometime in the future.
I don't know why I thought it was simultaneous.
No. It's not simultaneous.
It should be.
No, dude.
I thought it was.
No. It's launching only on the PS5 first, and the PC release is gonna come Q3 of this year.
Okay, so it's a port. So it's not a port. It's just a delayed release.
It's a remaster, not a remake.
I'm not into remasters. I mean, I used to be, but
But fuck, it's a PS4 game, right? What do you expect from that?
I mean, I think the only remasters I've bought have been on PS5, like like the like Ghost,
Ghost of Tsushima, Death Stranding.
Neo.
Yeah.
You didn't
the
buy a
Neo
lot of the
collection.
PlayStation 4 like remasters. They had like a shit ton of them. PlayStation 4
Yeah, because
generation.
they're gonna keep, and I think that's probably why they acquired Bluepoint for that same reason. So they're gonna remake all their old shit again and sell
Oh
that
yeah,
shit.
they gonna go back. And
They're
I'm
making
still-
their own
I'm
IP
still
too, though.
with you.
I mean, they were they were
Bluepoint?
already remaking fucking The Last
Yeah,
of Us.
Bluepoint. They're
Supposedly that
making
shit is
original
almost
IP.
done.
I think that is
Supposedly
dumb as
Last-
fuck,
Sure.
right? Remaking The Last of Us
Last-
Part
Supposedly
1.
The Last of Us 1 is almost done. The remake
Yeah.
for it is almost done. I can't
It's-
wait for that shit. I'm definitely gonna play that.
Let's see how
just
that
gonna-
pans
listen,
out.
It's not even that complex. It's just porting it into the Last of Us 2 engine. And you know,
Right, exactly.
it's
That's
not
why I said.
complex.
That's why they were saying that it's almost done.
Yeah,
I mean, they already have the engine for it.
yeah.
So
It's gonna look great.
just like they're gonna use that same God of War engine for the Ragnarok. They already have the engine for it.
So, Nunai, here's the question for you, man. You brought up a nice point regarding Killzone trying to recreate the FPS market, right, from first party. Do you still think there's gonna be a room wherein Sony is gonna announce Killzone, Resistance, or SOCOM in the next showcase?
Listen, me and my coworker spoke about this. We have this little powwow after all of my other colleagues go home, and he is the last guy in the office. And I'm a fucking workaholic, so I never leave my office when I need to, right? So he'll come to my office and we'll talk fucking video games. He'll be like, "Hey, did you see what happened? Blah blah blah." And we talked about this, right? How would they approach it, right? Because who is it? I think Insomniac has been doing a lot of fucking teas and shit about Resistance
Yeah, they've
for a
been doing
while.
a
I know
shit on
that's a
that shit.
guerrilla game, but they've been doing a lot of fucking teas and shit about Resistance for a minute now. And obviously, I think it's testing the water, right? Testing, is there a palatable response out there, or a community that would support the game? I don't, because it's been a while since the last Resistance came out. When was that? 20 fucking 10 or 11?
Yeah.
That the last fucking Resistance 3 came out?
It never came
That's
out on the
fucking
PS4. All three games were
no.
on the PS3.
Right, and they never did have like
A
a
huge audience for that.
a collection,
Yep.
right? Yeah, so it's kind of hard, right? So if the last game came out 2010 or 11, how do you bring that franchise back to the PS5 generation? Either one or two ways that you could do that. Either you offer like the HD, well, it is an HD game, but offer like a collection of the three games, right, for this new generation, remaster or remake or whatever the fuck you want to call it,
They
right?
haven't done with Killzone as
Or,
well, right? No collection has
yeah,
come from Killzone or
yeah, no,
Resistance.
Killzone had a collection on the PlayStation 3, because remember the first Killzone was on PS2,
Yeah, I
right?
have played that.
Yeah,
I played that.
yeah. So so the only way you could play the PlayStation 2 one, if you didn't have a backwards compatible
Yeah, they
PS3,
released a trilogy,
was
right?
if you
Correct.
yeah, it was a trilogy. Yeah, that was the only way you could get that. Hell, PS3 had a lot of fucking trilogy releases. But anyway, so either you could release the trilogy on PS5, or what you're gonna do, because I think the story, if you follow the Resistance story, uh, I'm not sure if they
I
could
think
really
Nathan
keep it
Hale was
going.
the protagonist, right? Nathan Hale.
Yeah. You'd have to. I think you'd probably have to reboot it or something like that, or remake
Correct.
it wholesale if you're gonna do it for the PS5.
Oh, spoiler
Just
alert, he ends
start
up
from the ground
dying,
up.
right?
Yeah.
No
So
worries.
I
I
think
haven't played the game, so I don't know.
Okay.
what? Man,
Shoo, fuck, dude, you
yeah,
missed
don't
out.
go.
Sorry.
Yeah, you
No,
missed out because you can't go
I
back and
probably
play
missed out.
Resistance. I'm sorry, the first game is atrocious to fucking get through.
Resistance 2 was the best one, right? The Resistance 2 was the best one.
Two was the best story, but three was the best one. Plus, you could play it in fucking you could play it in what's the shit? You could play it with the eye and the PlayStation Move using the gun and
Yeah,
shit like that.
correct.
Yeah, that was fucking awesome, man. So yeah. Anyway, but yeah, I think that would be awesome. You got to dig in the coffers, man. Just PlayStation is sitting on a gold mine of IP. That I understand that they don't want to. You don't want to overuse it the way fucking Microsoft does. Halo, Gears, and Forza. They just beat those
They're just
horses to
testing the
fucking death,
waters,
right?
correct? They're just
Right.
testing
But yeah, so
whether there's
they're testing the
interest or
water to
not.
see. Right. But here's the problem, right? The new generation of gamers, that's 10 years ago, bro. You might as well be fucking 20 years ago. In gaming years. You know what I'm saying? So you've got to get the new people excited for it by either reminding them why the Resistance um property is relevant by putting out that trilogy, HD
Yeah,
remaster,
that's such a
whatever.
tall
And
order, man. Really tough.
it is. It
Mm.
is. But you listen, that's what happens when you let IP lay dormant for a while.
Same
You know
thing
what I'm
with
saying? When
SOCOM,
you bring
right?
them back,
Same thing with
when you
SOCOM.
bring them back, you have to, yeah, exactly. When you bring them back, you have to do it properly, or else you risk killing the franchise further. Because people are going to be like, oh, well, shit, you brought it back and this is the fucking game that I got? Nah, fuck. You could have left that one alone. And you never want to do that because then you're gonna have to wait another generation to reboot it. You know
Same
what I'm
thing with
saying?
Siphon Filter, right? It died out.
Yes.
Siphon Filter and the Getaway series, you guys remember that? Before the
Yeah, I
GTA?
love
Oh,
the
shit.
getaway. The
Oh,
getaway was
Getaway
amazing.
Black Monday was my favorite games on PS2.
Oh, yeah, that was a great game, and it actually came out of nowhere to get away.
Yeah.
I didn't
Same
see
thing
it,
with
like,
Siphon Filter, man. Siphon Filter was amazing on the PS1. It slowly died out through the PlayStation 2 era, and with PS3, it was nowhere to be found. I think,
Right.
as Nunaya mentioned,
oversaturation.
these dormant IPs will completely die if they are not like reminded. If the IPs are not reminded constantly, I think that's gonna die eventually. So, but still,
Yeah.
Chrono Cross and Chrono Trigger, these are like legacy, big, huge games, right? No matter, even if it is like
Yeah.
30, 40 years since they released, almost like 30 years now, 25, 30 years, we are going to remember them. The same case cannot be said regarding this, correct? There was this Chrono Cross
That's-
remake, which was in rumored to be in development, right, as an exclusive for PlayStation. So
Yeah, I
I'm
heard
still
about that.
looking forward to that shit, man. I loved Suikoden series as well as this Chrono Cross, Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger was my favorite.
You like Chrono Trigger over Chrono Cross?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
The time mechanics in Chrono Trigger, man, with that frog dude and shit. Oh shit, amazing.
Amazing. And that's the thing is, listen,
Same thing with Wild Arms, right? I used to bring up with every single episode. Wild
Oh,
Arms.
yeah, you always just like a Wild Arms, yeah.
Yeah, man, that is a favorite of mine. So there are so many IPs which die out, as you're saying, Nunaya. I think there needs to be an untapped potential there for them to invest heavily into making them mainstream.
Yeah.
The main problem with this current generation is because the development costs are so high, they cannot
Yeah.
like pump out games and just test the waters later on. They need to do the research first and then decide whether they need to like drop these games or shit like that. See, Octopath
Yeah.
Traveler, I'm still waiting for a PlayStation side, PlayStation port, man. What is stopping Square Enix from dropping Octopath Traveler on PlayStation?
I was going to say, is that
I loved it
happen?
on Nintendo Switch. I want a proper full-blown HD version of it on the PlayStation 5. It got released on Xbox Game Pass. These peasants
got released on
never
PC as
played it,
well?
never completed it. Fuck their asses. I would have gobbled it up. I will pre-order the game right away if it comes. I'm what do you say? I'm pre-ordering Triangle Strategy as well on Nintendo Switch. I love that Final Fantasy Tactics kind of strategic JRPGs, man. Those are the games. Tactics Ogre. Those were the amazing days on the PlayStation Portable. On the PSP, the most played game I played was Final Fantasy Tactics, War of the Lions. You guys remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that was like, it was like a game of chess, dude. Every single battle was like a fucking game of chess. It was so complex. The more you play, especially a single battle used to take like almost like 3 to 4 hours now. One single map just to clear it. You need to make intermittent saves. You need to manage the inventory. You need to manage the jobs. It was beyond anything on the PlayStation
Yeah,
Portable.
listen, man. I've realized I can't play games like that. I can't do it anymore. I just don't have the mental energy.
In the similar
I used
vein,
to love it.
in the similar vein, talking about Valkyria Chronicles, that is my all-time favorite. Valkyria Chronicles, the recent Valkyria Chronicles 4, which came out on the PS4, I loved it to shreds, man. It was amazing. The way they integrated every single aspect of that strategic combat, along with what do you say, in-depth character progression, it was amazing. So Sega dropped that game out of nowhere, man, with that amazing pastel kind of graphics on the PS3. And luckily, we got a PS4 game, Valkyria Chronicles 4. I think they reached max from that. I don't think they're gonna release any more games, man. As Tornado mentions, I have that close relationship with Sega. I cannot allow Microsoft to acquire all these Japanese fucking studios, man. They are close to
I
me.
know, Doc, but the fear is still there. I'm telling you, man. If 70 billion, that means the sky's the limit for them. They can do whatever the fuck they want. If you piss them off, they're like, oh, we can't win. You're trying to
But
piss us off.
but
Well,
stay
fuck you,
assured,
man. Goodbye.
Tornado.
Yeah,
Even
I don't think
Nunaya.
that 4 billion for Sega's they're gonna sweat that anymore.
But the thing is, Nelson, as Nunaya also mentioned, even Anime God has to accept this logic. Acquiring Japanese studios by an American company is not
It's
easy,
not
man.
gonna work. It's not
It's
gonna
not
work.
gonna
That would never
happen.
work. Japanese
Even
people
if it
would
is a
never
small ass
work.
company, it's not gonna happen.
Not gonna happen. You know, like listen, Japan's history goes back how many thousands of years?
Yeah, they don't like they'll do
They
business
don't.
with America,
They
but
don't.
they won't
I
sell
mean,
shit to them. Nothing.
They
they'll
love
make
to be under
business with
control
them.
themselves, right? They don't want to
They'll
give
make
their dicks to
business with
someone.
them, but they're not gonna let no Western company come in there and just take over shit.
So rest
you
assured,
know,
Sega
that's not gonna happen.
Sega can drop certain games on Game Pass, but they are not gonna be
Mhm.
acquired by Microsoft, man. It's not so simple.
No, Sega's then they would have been bought them by now.
Yeah.
True.
They would have
That is
been
true.
got
It's
them a
not
long
about the
time ago.
money, it's
You
about the
know?
hurdles they have to go through, correct? There is so much of
Right.
paperwork which
That's not
has to be
gonna
done.
happen.
See, that's
Hey,
the
let me give you
reason
also-
neither Nintendo or Sony has acquired a single huge third-party studio till now, man. Square Enix, before it was Square Enix, it was Squaresoft, right?
Right.
So right from that time to till now, you take any Japanese third-party publisher for that instant, all those huge ass companies, Capcom, you take Namco Bandai, you take even Konami, you take small ass ones like Falcom. None of those companies were acquired by any of the companies, right? So they have that history of saving their integrity. They do not want to get
Right.
acquired. I haven't seen the news of
Precisely.
a single Japanese company being absorbed into a conglomerate like Nintendo or Sony till now. When Sony and Nintendo did not do that shit, Microsoft, I don't think they're going to be able to touch them.
100%. And even the Square Enix, the Square Enix, the SquareSoft and Enix, that was a merger. There was a merger between those two.
Yeah, that wasn't an
So it wasn't-
acquisition, right?
Right? No, it wasn't. So and they kept the name of both of them, Square Enix. It's because integrity is extremely important in the Japanese culture.
Yeah, let them
they would
continue
rather-
being that way, man. That is how we give respect to like going anti-capitalism, right? We do not want a monopoly here. Competition always breeds innovation, right? So whatever that happened with Activision, it's gonna bring in Sony. It's gonna put pressure, right? Whether it is evident or not, there's absolutely they're gonna be sweating bullets right now. If at all, whenever they knew this news, they're going to be definitely thinking about strategies. They're going to be trying to work harder than what they have been doing till now. So it's always like a win-win situation for us.
Yep. Because we benefit in the end from their hard work. Like I said, pressure bust pipes, man, and we're going to reap the benefits of it, whether it be a great new IP or revitalizing old IP or just them being more on the ball and listening to their consumers about what we want.
I totally agree, Nunaya. I'm going to bring up a small point. We're going to wrap up the show after this. What I'm saying is, you can go back on YouTube and just search a game reveal reaction. You just go through the reaction videos of huge ass megaton game reveals, right? The maximum amount of reaction videos are belonging either to Sony or Nintendo, more than Nintendo or Sony.
True.
You just go through the reaction video of the very first time Final Fantasy VII Remake was announced, or the very first time God of War 2018 was showcased on stage, or the very first time The Last of Us Part 2, the teaser played on the big ass stage on E3. You just go through those reaction videos. Do you see those kind of reaction videos on any fucking Microsoft IP? Have you seen in the recent
Nope.
past? I'm asking. So at the end of the day, what brings in the bread and butter of any gamer is the games. No matter how many acquisitions, no matter whatever the fuck goes on behind closed doors, we do not give a single fuck apart from this weird ass, like, what do you say, talking between ourselves on YouTube through this podcast, or going around circles, what do you say, putting holes against each other's asses on Twitter. That's the end of it. But finally, what matters is just look at the next big PlayStation showcase. If they're gonna show two huge ass games which are exclusive to PS5, which are near and dear to us, as I mentioned, Nelson, he promised me that he's gonna dance naked and record himself if they're gonna announce Metal Gear Solid remake. Don't you agree, Nelson?
I said nothing about recording. I said it might happen out of
Said nothing about recording.
out of pure fucking loss of mind.
You're gonna
man.
strip
Because I
down,
would
right?
I would lose fucking self control.
Yeah, that's when you record your shit, right?
No, I never record
We
nothing.
need proof, Nelson. Come on, man. You can't backtrack
man.
now.
Fucking wrong time of the year for that shit too. It is 40 out today, but it'll probably be negative fucking 30 when that happens.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's the power of the nostalgia.
man.
That's the power of the IPs. That's the power of the games. No matter what the new IPs are gonna bring, but there are these deep pockets in our hearts, right? There are these small, teeny ass pockets in our hearts wherein we experience video games for the very first time during our childhoods. If Sony can tap that potential, which they have been successful at doing that shit, if they can do that again in the next showcase and showcase like a couple of games like Silent Hill or Metal Gear Solid or even like Contra, dude. I used to play Contra like so much. That was like the best platforming shooter during the NES time, even on the SNES. It went to shit from the PS1 days. Once they switched to 3D, everything gone. But there are like these teeny ass pockets. No matter how much Microsoft tries to buy up studios, tries to buy their way up top, it's not gonna happen, man. I'm gonna say this: 5 years down the line, Xbox is still gonna be in the third place. Anyone's gonna debate with me regarding
Probably.
that?
No, I'm not
I
going to
think,
debate on that. Though.
They're gonna
You
have
can buy
bigger
what you
bills than
want.
everybody though.
Exactly. Well, good luck with
Wait
that.
till they
Though.
start getting their monthly fucking monthly, what do you want to call it? The cost to do business every month. They're gonna be like, fuck me.
It's like, so yeah, so we paid these motherfuckers and we gotta pay to upkeep them. Nah,
Correct.
that's the
Yeah, we
difference
got
between price and
how
cost.
many studio buildings we have now? How many projects we got in the work? How much do they cost a piece? This is a fucking $40 billion a year goddamn shit, and we're making 20. The fuck?
With all this shit, and there are dudes groping around our office. What the fuck are we gonna do with Activision? Fuck you guys.
Another lawsuit. It must be Tuesday. Yeah.
Man.
See, no matter what Apple does, Apple is the biggest industry leader right now, right? No matter what they do, they cannot make Apple Arcade successful. No matter what the fuck they do, they got rights for World End Club. You guys might have heard that game, World's End Club, which was exclusive to Apple Arcade, which was med from the creators of Danganronpa. So no matter what they do, they cannot tap into that potential, man. See, Netflix is getting into gaming. There are like a bunch of games. As soon as you like log into Netflix now on your phone or tablet, there is a separate section for gaming. No matter what they do, they're just like tipping their toes. But there are veterans. There are industry veterans here. There is Nintendo and Sony. Even Microsoft cannot touch them because they have mastered the craft of what the consumer needs. See, even in our industry, in the cinema industry, even in Hollywood, even in my country, there are like multiple directors, movie directors. They always end up making banger movies. The only reason being they know the formula of what works when it comes to the consumer. They keep consumer as a king. They know what a consumer looks into their product, into their movie, into their like game. If they can tap into that potential, I don't think none of these acquisitions, none of these like debates regarding this shit matter a lot. See, finally, no matter what I speak with all of you guys on the panel, no matter what I tweet, no matter what we all discuss and shit, we just go back to our couch, turn on our PS5. The moment we start playing a game which we love, are we gonna remember this Activision shit? That
No,
is what I'm
no,
saying.
absolutely not.
That is what I'm saying. The moment we get back to our daily lives, the moment I fuck every one of you guys. Tornado is gonna go back to GTA Online again. Fuck you, man. Shit. How much GTA can you play, dude? I do not understand that amount of what do you say dedication towards that. Do you guys do you buy shark cards
he's
as well?
he's a guy.
No, no, I don't buy shark cards. No, no. Everything is purely just playing and grinding in the game. I just like the game, man. I don't know. There's a certain kind of playing style that I'm used to with the game.
Hmm. I think GT7 will be the next game which is gonna keep you away from GTA. I think.
Yeah, probably. That's the one game that I've been playing so many times though, for years and years on end.
I still see Nelson's Twitter post regarding GT Sport. What do you say? That car reveal. What's that, Nelson?
What's that?
Nice.
Yeah,
There's
you're
a
gonna
bunch of
post a
cool cars
tweet
though.
of the car reveal on GT Sport every single goddamn day, dude.
Oh yeah, I do my dailies almost every day.
Oh, those are the dailies, is it?
Dedication.
In
Hey,
GTA,
I like my
they
free
still do.
cars.
Gran
No,
Turismo
Gran Turismo
Sport.
Sport.
Oh,
Here we go.
I ain't fucking with that
But
shit,
Gran
man.
Turismo is light years away when it comes to car models, right? None of the other
No,
companies
Gran
they can touch it.
Turismo. I mean, Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo. It looks. I like the way it looks, and I'm not even in the car game. Looks pretty
I
good.
cannot comment too much on the tracks or the environment effects and shit like that. But when it
But the
comes to the
cars do look really
car
good.
models, the cockpits, I think Gran Turismo is like the big winner here. And not even Forza Horizon, what do you say? The 5, which released recently, it cannot hold a candle to even the PlayStation 4 game Gran Turismo Sport, man, when it comes to car models.
That's an interesting one though. I'm gonna give credit to Umar's dev though. He showed me a tweet and where it showed the car models, and they're actually being made by Japanese students from a university. They actually make the car models for GT Sport.
Oh, they are like outsourcing it, right?
Yep, they're outsourcing it to university students. I hope he's listening though, Umar's dev. He might be able to post that tweet though, but it's interesting that a university is actually making those models for them. That's why they look so good.
Correct. I think that makes sense. It takes so many fucking thousands upon thousands of polygons, right? To get that kind of craftsmanship for every single goddamn car, man.
True.
But one thing is for sure, the Xbox fanboys are gonna be shouting out their throats through their lungs tonight Every single goddamn time you talk about a game, they're gonna bring up the acquisitions. They're gonna talk about Bethesda. They're gonna talk about Activision. Fuck,
Oh,
man, it's gonna be a terrible time
That's
on Twitter.
fine, but you know what? You just tell them I don't play acquisitions. I play games.
I was gonna say, what the
Who
fuck
gives
is
a fuck
acquisition
about an
anyway?
acquisition? I'm playing the same game too, and I'm gonna keep playing it for like another year and a half until y'all do something about it.
Do you know how many experts jumped on my throat saying that I purchased like the Jackie Robinson edition of MLB The Show 21 for $80? They were
Don't
saying
take them outside now.
they were saying like, fuck you, dude,
Don't take them
I
outside.
got it on Game Pass. But did you put in 1600 hours of gameplay onto that? Despite it being on Game Pass, I doubt it.
Come on, man.
I don't think most of them have 1,600 hours in their lifetime.
I squeeze in, man. I squeeze in once in a while.
1,600 hours in what? On Game Pass?
No, on MLB The Show 21 on PS5.
I was
Who got
talking gaming in
16
general.
hours? 1,600 hours. You do?
Yep.
I got way more than you on 2K19. I mean, on MLB 19. I'm in my 12th season, I think.
Oh, is it? I want to
Yeah,
face you,
I'm
man.
in my.
Fuck it. I'm gonna face
Huh?
you on ranked seasons in MLB The Show 22 if you're gonna buy it.
Can you do share
He plays
play?
NBA.
I'll play you on share play.
I haven't done that before. I deleted the game because I reached World Series for the 13th time, man. It's like,
You know what I do? I
Yeah,
just play
like,
do you know
I-
how
I play
fast the
Superstar
balls
mode.
come in
play
legend
Superstar mode.
difficulty, my dude?
Right, but listen, this is what I do. I play superstar mode, right? And I'm a pitcher, and I only play on the National League. Like that, I could pitch and bat.
Then you're a fucking noob, dude. You cannot
No,
compete
how
with
you
me.
figure?
look at the
Fuck
look at
you.
the
I
call
was
out.
having expectations
Wow.
for you, man. Come on. Superstar mode on that shit? Come on. You just
What
face
a superstar?
you just
superstar
play
mode.
you play online ranked season on legend difficulty. The balls are
Oh,
gonna
that's
come.
different. But you're playing. I mean, if you're talking about a ranked game,
Yeah.
obviously it's totally different than playing on a superstar mode. Superstar mode,
Fuck superstar mode. That is for like bitches, man. That is for like noobs. Come on.
Bitches.
Shit.
Yeah, but I'm not. You see, I'm not a big. I mean, I like baseball. I like real baseball. You know what I mean? Like,
But
I actually go
you
to
gotta
games and stuff
bring in
like
the
that. But
heat,
I'm
right?
not.
What the fuck
I'm
is
not
like
I'm not in the business of buying.
no,
like,
dude, what the
MLB
fuck
every year.
is an online multiplayer focused sports game worth if you do not play online? Shit.
But you don't have to though.
You
don't
don't
want to.
have to, but if you want to face the real heat and the real pros like me, you gotta
Oh
come
yeah, you
in.
can play on. I agree with you 100%. Like, you know what I mean?
Dude,
But
it's
you
a,
can play.
it's
You
a
can play.
total.
Listen, you can play all
Sorry
the
for the
legends you want
pun.
online.
Sorry for the
Look,
pun. It's a whole different ball game if you come
of
online.
course it is. But I'm not disagreeing with you. Any game online is a whole different ball game.
Yeah,
You can say that about any game.
dude, you gotta head into the mindset of the opponent. You just need to predict. You just need to like get into their minds as to, by the time you reach the fourth or the fifth innings, you just need to completely think about what that dude is gonna throw. You just cannot react with your what do you say, muscle memory. You cannot do muscle memory, right?
You have to see the
Right,
video.
because
You have to see the
it's
video. of God.
you're gonna have
Listen,
Yeah.
you're gonna get a
you
feel for
gotta,
how he's pitching.
One
gotta
sec.
see,
Nunaya is
you gotta
saying
see
something. One sec.
listen. You gotta see the video of Doc breaking down how he mind fucks his opponent on MLB. It's fucking hilarious. It's hilarious shit. He's like, yeah, this guy's gonna throw this, and I'm gonna do this. And I'm totally gonna fuck his ass. And I'm like, wow, this nigga is really serious.
Right,
Bro,
but
I
he's
was
really
wilding
like,
out
but
watching
he's
that video.
but look, he's put 1,600 hours into that. You know what I mean? So like, he's really like, that's his thing. I'm not putting 1,600 hours into no fucking baseball game.
Screw your
No, that's-
bitch ass. Screw your bitch ass, man. You put in more hours
Bro,
playing
I'm not gonna
offline
I don't
on
think
a
I
sports
put
game.
1,600 hours in gaming. Period.
You said something
Let
about
alone
MLB The
game.
Show showed 19 spending more hours than me. What the fuck was that?
Yeah, but I thought you were playing on individually. Because you said you did like a couple seasons. You had
Dude,
like 10
when
to
I
12
can
seasons,
have
sound like
sex, why should I masturbate? Should I masturbate or have sex?
both. Masturbate before sex.
Fuck, dude. That
Get
is
outta
next
here.
level. I don't think
This
anyone
guy.
on the panel is gonna agree to you, man.
They don't have to.
Tornado, are you gonna agree to me or not, man? We are not going here on a war here. I'm just asking if you have a nice, beautiful ass bitch and you can have sex. Do you gonna masturbate in front of her ass, or go and do the deed?
I'm gonna grab that ass.
Yeah, that's.
I'm just gonna grab that ass. It's that simple.
But here, our fine anime god is gonna masturbate in front of her. Then when
No.
his
I
weenie
probably
is
would,
small
but,
and
like,
tiny, he's
I'm
gonna stick into
gonna,
it.
But listen. But everyone's sex drive is different than others. You know what I mean? So it's just what it is.
I
Like,
totally
I could
respect it, man.
masturbate.
I think
Listen,
it's like individual preference, right? It's
right.
like,
I could bust a nut in her face and then still like bust her ass. Like, what's the difference?
but
bust
the
2 nuts and
difference
I
is
go
you're
home.
gonna masturbate in front of her. Isn't that fucking
Yeah,
embarrassing, dude?
but look. I'll say this. Look, and I'm just talking from experience. I don't been with certain females or whatever and like pulled out. It's still like busted a nut in their face. You're still pretty much jerking off too.
Dude, Taran Singh is like, what the fuck? This is a gaming
I'm telling
podcast,
you,
dude.
look.
We're
Listen,
talking
I'm
about
from
busting
the
nuts.
streets. I'm from the streets. We do wild things.
But fuck
There
it,
you go.
Tornado. I want the next, what do you say, Rockstar IP, which is Midnight Club. Bring it.
I don't
Not
think it's
gonna
gonna
happen.
happen. It's not
It's
gonna
not
happen.
gonna
Don't-
happen.
you-
But
you
there
have to
was a
understand.
one game which was like,
I know.
it was
If it does, it'll
beyond
be
Need for
remastered.
Speed. Need for
Doc,
Speed was a
listen.
big deal back in
Hey,
the
you-
day. But Midnight Club was better than Need for Speed during that time, man.
What? Midnight Club was better than Need for Speed?
Yeah.
No.
How? Which Need for Speed? Underground?
No. I'm not
All
talking
of
about Underground or Most Wanted. Those were like the most favorite
The best
for
ones
me.
ever.
Yeah, but during that time frame, the Midnight Club series came out, correct?
Midnight Club
No,
shit on
Midnight
everything.
Club was a nice game when it came out on PS2.
But I
remember
loved it
after
more than
came
Need
out on
for
PS2.
Speed, man. I loved it more than Need for Speed Underground.
Me too. Not even close.
I mean, Need for Speed
Midnight
Underground.
Club
I'm
was-
sorry.
was
Need for
o-
Speed
overpowered.
Underground. Yeah, Need for Speed Underground was that shit.
Yeah,
Especially, I think Need
that
for Speed
opening.
Underground,
Three was the
when they
best
started to come
video
out with
ever.
the.
It's
You
the-
remember that
it's when they came
soundtrack?
out with the quarter miles.
I still remember the
when you could race
soundtrack,
quarter
man.
miles.
I still remember the soundtrack of Need for Speed Underground.
Do you?
Yep. That
Man,
was the
listen,
best.
the only soundtrack I remember is Castlevania Symphony of the Night. One of the best soundtracks ever
There
in a
you
game.
go.
Yeah, beautiful shit, but not as much as by Nobuki Uematsu, who composed Final Fantasy VII. Fuck you. No.
Oh yeah, Final Fantasy VII too. Yeah, that's.
Shit. The
Hey,
Tifa.
when is the second part of that coming out? Like,
2023, I suppose.
is it coming out this year?
No. 2023, next year. That's the
Damn,
closest.
2020. You gotta wait 2-3 years. 2 years.
Yeah, I think they're
For
gonna
installment?
touch up on the engine of the game engine as well.
Well, that's true. Are they what you said?
I think it's gonna be a PS5 exclusive. If it's gonna be beyond
I thought it
2023.
was only like a 2-year exclusive.
No. I'm talking about the game not coming out on the PS4.
No, I'm talking about the Final Fantasy only being like a 2-year exclusive for
Yeah,
Sony.
that's the reason it released on PC on Steam, but it'll never come out on Xbox.
They won't know what to do with it anyway. They won't even beat it.
They didn't beat Octopath Traveler, man. Such a banger of a
didn't
game,
beat-
man.
Look, they didn't beat. Look, the Halo campaign has like an 8% completion
Shit.
rate.
And Hivebusters,
Oh,
none
shit.
of them have completed that shit. That is like a 2-hour game,
No.
man.
They're never gonna complete that shit.
Which was your favorite character to play on Octopath Traveler? I like that the church going girl who is a dancer. I love that storyline, man. It was awesome. Any of you guys have played Octopath Traveler?
No.
You guys gotta check it out, man. Really, really amazing game.
Oh, I'd like to check it out though if it comes to PS.
Yeah, that is the reason I want to play it in HD because I did not like it
You
how
played it on the
it
Switch?
turned out on
Ain't
my
not
big
Octopath
ass
Traveler on the
TV.
Switch only?
I did not like how the Nintendo Switch upscales the game to like big ass TVs, man. I have this 77-inch TV, right? Everything gets pixelated.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of game I want to experience on a big screen instead of like being handheld all the time.
I was going to say, good
Uh,
luck with the 720p visuals then, Doc.
Good
Fox
luck
720, it
with,
looks
yeah.
like a 248p, man. It looks like 248p on TV.
I was going to say.
Dang, can you imagine that Steam Deck and having that Steam Deck with Game Pass on it?
Hmm.
That's
The
that's
imagine
one hell of a machine there.
Yeah, the imagination is good, but I absolutely feel that it's gonna be jailbroken the very next day. It's gonna be released, and people are gonna try to
Yeah.
grab all the RAMs and ROMs and shit.
Oh yeah,
It's gonna be
definitely.
jailbroken the next day.
Have you guys seen like all the mods they have released for God of War already, dude?
Oh yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah. That's
hideous
crazy. I
fucked
like
up.
that though. That's pretty cool. That's
That
pretty cool.
big eyeball one,
See,
that's
Oh, my
gross.
seen the
God, that's
CJ
ugly.
one.
Ugly as fuck.
And
That's
I
cool.
seen the
People get to have
CG
fun
one.
with the game though, in their own way.
yeah, the PC
Yeah, but
dudes also released a nude mod of Aloy of Horizon.
Listen,
Uh,
PC dudes, I think single-handedly fixed Fallout on their own.
Yeah, they fixed
Yeah, that's
Cyberpunk
true.
as well.
Well, Bethesda sure as shit
That's-
wasn't gonna do it.
Yeah, indeed.
They never
Fucking
fixed
hell,
any of
that's
their games.
facts.
They're like, fuck it.
We're
Dude,
not fixing shit.
Do you guys think there
Yeah,
is a
right?
future for this year's release of Cyberpunk 2077?
Who the hell wants that shit?
They are going to release a native version for the PS5 and Series X.
Nobody wants that. I think CD Projekt Red need to remake like The Witcher 1 and shit. Or some shit. You know what I mean? Go remake
Even
Witcher
The
1 and
Witcher
2.
2, for that matter. Witcher
Yeah.
2 was a good game.
Yeah, they
Yeah, it
should
is.
remake Witcher 2 and
I was actually
just,
playing it the other day.
lick their wounds. I mean, if they're going to remake Witcher 2 with that shitty ass engine they got, then no.
Dude, the
Like, just be
only
wrong.
the only saving grace for Witcher 3 was the story and the narrative. Apart from that
Right.
shit, the gameplay, the repetition, the amount of unnecessary fucking markers on the map gave me a migraine, dude.
Especially like when you're in the waters, like deep in the waters. That shit was
Shit.
so pointless.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, what the fuck am I fighting on this dumbass canoe?
Yeah.
Like, that was stupid. I didn't like that about it. either.
It's
Like,
so weird ass
but I
fucking
liked-
game.
Overall, it was a good game.
Yeah, it was a good game as I mentioned. The strong points were the
That's my
side
favorite game.
quests. The side quests were amazing, and the main
Mhm.
storyline as well as the characters. That was what was a
And
saving
the
grace.
fact that you could like sleep with like 10 women in the game
Yeah,
was actually pretty cool.
yeah.
I made
know
sure to
what I
get
mean?
all of them too.
Yeah, I know. I
even
was
got
like,
the
my
mountain-
God.
the chicken
I
on
was
mountain.
like,
One
my
second, I'm
game
gonna
no,
go
they've
through
got-
real quick on the panel. Are you a Yennefer guy, or do you like the other chick?
Who's the other chick?
Chris,
Yeah, Triss or Yennefer?
Who's the other girl?
Yeah, Triss
Chris
Marigold.
Marigold.
Tris
I don't
Marigold
know who she is.
or Yennefer?
Big titted redhead.
Oh, Jennifer Lopez. I'll take Jennifer Lopez. I like my Hispanic women. I don't know who the other bitch is.
I don't know.
Oh my god.
You know.
Oh man.
I mean, I wouldn't wife that Puerto Rican bitch. And I'm Puerto Rican myself. But that's something totally different.
Yeah, we
Like
always.
Jennifer Lopez. in the 50s.
Yeah.
Jennifer Lopez, I had like 27 boyfriends in the last 3 years.
Yeah, we always like different varieties of nips, right? Different colors, for that matter. Anime god?
Right. Yeah. But she looks, I mean, look, I'll tell you this much. J-Lo, for her age, looks very well. She's like, what, her 50s?
Mm-hmm.
Or late 40s?
Yeah, I think late 40s.
She looks really well for her age. I mean, all that makeup and cosmetic surgery, it works on some people. Not everybody, but on some people it does. So I'm not mad. I ain't true. But anyways.
I think this is the bottom line, right? Anime god, I think we bought a fruitful discussion before shutting off the podcast. I think this is the most intense and the easiest way to understand what PlayStation gamers or us on the panel do not give two shits about this Activision acquisition. We are talking about pussies. We are talking about tits. We're talking.
It's already over.
Yeah, we're talking about like before and after. What the fuck, pre-cum? Shit. We are doing all the shit.
You ever heard of the 72? Listen, you ever heard of the 72-hour rule? You ever heard of the 72-hour rule? The 72-hour rule is, the first day, obviously, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
By the second day, it'll die down. By the third day, nobody gives a fuck, and someone else did some dumb shit, whether it be in the gaming world or anything else, and you'll fucking forget about it.
Absolute
That's
facts,
just what
man.
it is. You know what I mean? But anyways, I gotta take care of these boys.
Yeah, dude, go ahead, man. We are also gonna
You
take
know?
care of ourselves. I think it's great to have you, Anime God, after so long. Hopefully, you turn up for the next episode as well.
Definitely. I just been like, super busy with work. I was working like 75 hours, 80 hours a week for like a month and a half.
Oh shit!
Like I was just like, I mean, it was just work. Work was just coming in. And if you paying me double time for my overtime, I'm taking that.
Understood.
You know what I mean? I'm not.
Same
So
thing.
I'm taking double
Money on the
time.
table, man.
I was, you can
Right,
ask Nelson or Tornado. I was planning to have a podcast last week as well because I was getting like emergency cases and shit like that. I could not miss out on that
Work
stuff.
comes first.
So yeah, work comes first. So it's always damn business. What do you say, Nunaya? Business. You cannot say everything is a business, but the thing is, it is busyness, correct? If we are busy, we cannot do shit about it. We gotta give family and work first. But still, we're gonna love what we're gonna love till now. It's been like over 1 year since the launch of the PS5, and we're gonna loving every single moment of it. Though I'm gonna agree that I'm recently playing more of the PlayStation 4 games as part of like the backward compatibility of the PS5. PS5 with the PS4 back compat is like the biggest selling point of it, if you ask me. I've been playing a lot of visual novels.
In gaming. The PlayStation Plus collection is the best deal in gaming.
Yeah,
right
that's the best deal in gaming, not the Game Pass, correct?
Especially if you're like a casual gamer, it's the best deal. You can't lose.
And for
many different genres.
And for the person who is coming onto the PlayStation platform for the very first time, they're gonna have the moment. What do you say? The time of their lives, just completing every single game there, dude. Every single game is a banger.
Game for like 2-3 years.
They even have Persona there. They have God of War, Uncharted 4, Detroit. Fuck that shit. It's awesome. It's lit.
Persona
Batman,
5.
God of War, Horizon, Call of
Dying
Duty
Light.
4 or 3. I don't remember which one.
Yeah, they gave
I think
away
it's
Horizon
Part
for
2.
free, right?
Yeah,
I think they're gonna
Bandicoot.
run that same shit this year.
They got a pretty good games. I mean, it's cool. But you guys take care of yourselves. And your
Yeah, dude.
families.
Yeah.
Move on.
Regardless of COVID.
Oh yeah, Anime God. See you, man.
Definitely,
Have a
definitely.
nice
Still
day.
healthy. So
You know what I mean? Stay healthy. Be good. I'll see you guys
Likewise.
in the Discord.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Dude, take care.
You'll see me around.
So Taran
Mm.
Singh, you have to say anything before like wrapping up the show, man. So
Not really.
so nothing has changed for you after this news.
No.
Absolutely. A single word. Totally agree upon that. The same thing for me as well. As of now, they still haven't totally said whether all those games are going to be exclusive or not. Are they going to
That's
go
gonna be the big
towards like the
question.
Minecraft route? Who knows?
I'm calling it now. Call of Duty is gonna be known as Call of Shit in 5 years.
Well, there you go. Well, that's clear. Um, I don't know. If you would have asked me like this a year ago, I would have said with a loud mouth, like, nah,
But
they ain't gonna do shit.
this is the
But in this
problem,
case,
right?
I'm like, they've put 70 billion backs down.
Yeah.
I'm like, something is gonna change. I have a feeling.
But Tornado,
Something
do
is
you
gonna
think
change.
the moment we hear
They're
the
gonna
word
They're gonna start
Activision,
charging for every fucking bullet.
see, the moment we
Yeah, I
hear
think
the
we're going in
word
that route
Activision,
at
we're
one
gonna
point.
think about the only game that is Call of Duty, right? Nothing else is as huge to invest such a huge amount of money, man. I think it's a
Yeah,
The other
colossal.
I
shit's
agree
huge
with you
for
on that
It's a
one.
PC. For Game
colossal
Pass
waste.
is PC.
Yeah,
It's a colossal
I
waste of
agree
money,
with you on
man.
that
If you
one.
think in the long run, apart from Call of Duty, they do not have.
There's
Activision
no,
doesn't
like
have
I said,
anything huge. Even
there's
Konami,
no
fuck
quality.
it. Konami
Has
is
more
worth
IPs than them.
more worth than this shit.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
all PC shit
facts.
and Call of Duty. I looked through the games. It's like a bunch of old games like Crash and Spyro. You got some couple Blizzard gems
Yeah,
from back in the day.
yeah,
Call of
Diablo and
Duty, and then a
shit.
bunch of shit I've never heard of.
StarCraft, who's gonna give a shit about StarCraft on console?
I don't think anyone. I have a feeling. I don't think
I
anyone.
think they're going after PC. I think that's the whole thing because nobody really
No,
outside of Call of Duty, nobody
this
gives a
is
shit about any of
just
that.
like this is just like saying giving you the measurements, right? It's like nice ass bitch giving you the measurements, but they are not allowed to touch you, right? That's how it is.
Okay.
They're just
They
giving you the
spent 70
measurements.
billion. They got like 6 studios. They got the 3 Call of Duty studios, Toys for Bob, and like the 2
Mhm.
Blizzard studios. That's it
And
for
funky ass
70
Candy
billion
Crush, yeah?
dollars. And
And
they got
That's
funky ass
IP.
Candy
They
Crush.
basically,
Yeah.
they basically
absolutely not worth
they're-
70, man. That's not worth even
they
$10 billion.
all that
See,
money
the
is
thing that
basically for IP again, just like
here,
Bethesda.
can I want to interject a small little bit in this piece. The thing that scares me the most, and I mean that legitimate, from the heart. If you're spending that kind of money and you're buying something and they've put the bar so fucking high, what do you think is going to happen next? That's pretty much the question that I'm asking everyone here. Because with $70 billion, I can guarantee you they are not going to stop. They're going to buy
No,
something
and
else.
they're gonna get their money back from somewhere.
Yeah, I know. I feel the next one is going to be either EA, Ubisoft, or Take Two, or
Let
with another
let
shark.
them
Look,
fucking
listen.
buy the entire industry. Who gives a fuck, man? If they cannot produce games which are
Yeah,
gonna
but
showcase
but
it, right? Is there
you
a
know what?
single game still which is gonna showcase all that 12 teraflops, man? Is there
I
a single?
know,
Even
Doc.
the
I know,
Matrix.
Doc.
You guys
I
have
know. I
seen the
know.
Digital Foundry,
I've seen the Matrix demo.
right? The Matrix demo,
Yeah.
I played it, and it runs better on the PS5. Fuck, that's the next gen engine, which is gonna be based off on most of the games which are gonna be
Oh yeah.
multi-platform,
Oh yeah.
and it
Doc,
runs better on the PS5. Why?
true. Yeah, that's no surprise. I mean, they've been busy with Epic for years. I've posted that article here for many months in this Discord. I can post it again. That's the reason why it functions better on a PS5. They've been working with them closely on that.
And it's well
So it's
optimized. That's the main thing
exactly,
here. It's not
exactly.
about the
That's
brute force. It's all about
nope.
optimization, correct?
Yep. They've been working with them closely to make sure that that thing runs fantastically on their hardware. It's no surprise. Believe me. They've been working for them with a long time. Let me show you. Before I leave before you close down the podcast, I hope that people see this when I
Another
post it there
70
in the
billion and
Discord.
still no new games.
Yeah. Oh,
I
I'm
I
seeing
put
the
it in
article, man. We're able to show the difference from
exactly.
what's possible, right?
Exactly. And in that article, it states how they come together, how they've been working with that. And it all started with a simple question of Tim Sweeney asking Mark Cerny, like, hey, look, can you build us a certain kind of system with an SSD and something with an insane amount of throughput speed? And Mark Cerny was like, yeah, sure, but we'll have to figure it out. And we'll have to come up with some solutions, to make sure that there's no bottleneck in the system in the I/O. That's how it all started. And
Correct.
that's where also Mark Cerny paid attention to NVIDIA. They were pushing around data like fuck. That's why the graphics
Hey,
cards
did
are
you
so
see
quick.
the file size difference between Dying Light 2?
Oh shit,
Oh yeah,
that's
yeah.
almost like
That's
200%,
Jesus
man.
Christ.
hey,
It's
that's the Kraken, man.
32.2 on PS5 and 72
Yeah,
on Xbox. Fuck that shit.
yeah. Well,
Not
good luck
even
with that, huh?
comparable.
Kraken. It's the Kraken.
Yeah, exactly. The Kraken compression is doing wonders, man. And and this is all
Kraken ain't
tying back
lacking.
into the exactly. Hey, tying back into that road to the PS5 clip, where he explained it how it all works. It now makes sense. If you watch that clip now, after the first year of PS5, everything will fall into place. Especially with this article that I posted here. Then you'll understand where their vision, what they have in their mindset, where they're going for. That's simple.
But
Even though that this other group, I'm going to call them, that they spent $70 billion on Activision Blizzard, it doesn't stop this vision. That's the beauty part of it. This vision is still alive and going. You know, you can have $70 billion in a lot of studios, but if your shit ain't compressed or there's no vision behind it or no optimization, you still ain't got fuck all. You got
dude,
nothing.
they're comfortably numb at being in third position. No matter what amount of money
I
they
was gonna say
spend, there are
they
some
still
things
gonna
which
be dead
cannot be
last.
achieved overnight, correct? If you do not prepare for
Yep,
an exam or whatever the shit throughout the year,
you ain't
does
got
like
nothing.
doing
Hey,
overtime
it's
for a
like the
couple
Dude,
of
fail.
nights
government. They
achieve
just keep
anything?
throwing money at shit. All that happens is you just keep throwing money and throwing money, and you
To
just
see
keep
what
having the
sticks.
same fucking problems.
Exactly. It's not even gonna
I mean,
stick at all, indeed.
throwing money at a problem doesn't fix the problem. It just
Nah.
puts a band-aid on it, and then you got to throw more. You know what I mean? It's just a never-ending
Yeah,
fucking.
it's like a
It's
vicious
it's a
cycle.
never-ending festering
Yeah.
wound.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kind of like trying to duct tape the problem, but it's still gonna break free, pretty much. Something like that.
Yeah.
There, yeah, totally, man.
It's like the
It's just
government. The government.
insane.
That's how the government fixes problems. It throws more money at it, but you just become more and more in debt
Yeah, I was
instead
gonna
of
say
tackling the actual issue. You know.
it's not gonna solve anything.
But I still suppose
Unbelievable.
I see there is gonna be a state of play totally dedicated for Horizon Forbidden West before like
Oh,
2 weeks
that's
before the
definitely
launch
gonna
of the
come.
game. But I
Yep.
totally expect Sony can go big with a PlayStation showcase in the next couple of weeks, man.
They
They need to
they
do
gotta
that
come up with
shit.
something big.
They need to do
They,
that shit not because they are feeling insecure
because
because of this
no,
shit.
no,
They
no.
just need to do
They
that
gotta do this
stuff
shit because of the
mainly
heart,
to
man. What
show
they've
that
always been
games
doing.
are king. Games are king.
Exactly.
Games
That's
are more than anything.
damn right, dog. Facts.
For the
That's what they
consumer,
need to do.
for the customers,
Yep.
it's all about games.
Just show what
They just
PlayStation's all
show
about.
the
That's all you need to
logo,
do.
the PlayStation Studios, and just show certain
Games,
bangers we have all been
games,
waiting for.
games, games, and more games. That's
Let the
all they need
games
to
Wait,
do.
do the
so
talking,
when
right?
was the last the PlayStation
I think
showcase
it was in
last time? When
July.
was it? It was in
No,
July.
no. The
It
last
had to
one
have
was in
been. I
September,
want
I
to say it
believe.
was in
September
October.
or October. Yeah,
Yeah, I
It
think it
was
was in
some point.
October, correct. The
yeah,
previous one was in
Okay.
July. The one in 2020,
exactly.
2019 was in July. Sorry, 2020 was in July, 2021 was October. I think we, we are, it's like wishful thinking now to have one now, correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like,
More or less.
I
And
guess
I
I
mean,
think
I,
they're
I
gonna
feel the need.
do the Nintendo route.
I
They're gonna
feel the
do
need.
their own shit with State of Place.
Yeah, but they need to show something big, man. This has made a big impact. They need to do
Yeah, this is not a
and
small impact, dude. $70 billion
exactly
doesn't
this. I
like.
was going to say $70 billion. I'm not looking at the money, but more like what they bought from it, and it's an impact. I mean, for a lot of Call of Duty fans, something's going to change. You know, I have a feeling they're not going to leave it at what it is. something's going to change. I'm pretty highly confident about that because if you spend that kind of money, no way you're going to leave shit like that. Something's going to change, or they're trying to do it at least.
But
I'd be
You mean
impressed though.
people are gonna go nuts on Twitter. They are going nuts on Twitter. It doesn't change the industry though. It doesn't change
No, no,
anything.
no.
This is just fanboy wars which are happening. Apart from that, I don't think it's gonna affect the average consumer like me, you, and every one of us who love gaming for what it is, like the medium.
No, it's not affecting from anything for me.
Yeah, I don't think it's not gonna change any aspect of that. The moment we're gonna
Nope.
see something which is gonna make us flip out, that's when everyone's gonna forget. That's when everyone is gonna forget about even Bethesda.
Then shit hits the fan.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
we have forgotten about Bethesda now. Nothing has come out of it.
Yeah, that was not so hard though, considering the
But
talent
at
that they
least
have
one
there.
thing
But
is for sure, man. They're not gonna go down without a fight. Microsoft is trying
oh
their
yeah,
level best in their own way. We're gonna give it up to them for that shit. They're not gonna go without a fight. They're not like complete losers. They are trying from their own point of view, which is flawed if you ask me. Instead of investing what they have, they are trying to acquire more and more. That's the whole problem. They're not acquiring
Well,
like,
they've tried to build
nah,
studios before, and that just turns the shit. So
yeah, I think they are miserable at managing the management aspect of it.
yeah, they're just that's the whole issue.
Hmm. I think any lasting statements, Nelson and Nunaya, before
Nope.
closing? I think we have spoken.
Activision Rare. I mean,
I don't know. Last thing, if I have a say from Doc, if I
Yeah,
have
go
his
ahead, man.
grace,
Go ahead.
the last thing that I want to say is that pretty much Sony needs to speak up, and by speak up I mean they need to come up with a showcase that they show what kind of projects have they been working on, and don't be so secretive. You gotta show something. This acquisition, believe me, meaningless or not, you
you
gotta
know, they
counter
might
it
have
with
been
something.
laying way for some of this because they might have known something. This stuff's been in the works for quite a while already.
True, true, but I feel that no, I'm not going to use the word. Well, I'm already going to say it here on the podcast. I'm not going to use the word retaliate, but you got to do something back, man. Pretty much,
Guys,
you got to do
just
something back.
quickly look up the Discord chat. I've just posted a pic of Square Enix.
Yeah, I see.
Square Enix has posted an emoji of mouth shut, like putting a zip on the mouth, right? That emoji
Yeah, I see.
they have
Yeah.
posted. What the fuck does that mean? Mouth shut.
If I have to interpret it from my point of view, I'm like, we know something, but we can't say it just yet.
Fuck, dude, that's the, what do you say? You explained the emoji, man. You did not explain what that means with Square Enix.
Yeah, well, that's what I feel, but I don't know.
I think they have they have a big reveal. I don't think it's regarding acquisition. I think
But I can't say no.
It might be a big reveal of a PlayStation exclusive. Might be.
Depends. Anyway, they got something that they're not allowed to talk about. At least not yet. So it depends. Something tells me it has to do with Sony. Then, if I have to make a guess.
Yeah, there have been so many rumors for PlayStation exclusive from Square Enix, but they have already announced the next Star Ocean game as well. I don't know what they have.
True. I kind of hope that they start talking. I don't know who is going to talk.
But
someone's got to say
one thing is for sure,
side,
man. No matter how much coy that Sony wants to play, they have, what do you say, a responsibility or whatever the fuck to take back the mindshare right now. Whether they accept it, whether they like it or not, they have the responsibility to bring back the mindshare of gamers, because right now Microsoft, Xbox, and Activision are trending. So
yeah, true.
They need to get back the mindshare. It is like the beginning of the year. They have a huge lineup of games this year, but still, they need to get things rolling. Just show some
They need
shit.
to get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
Show
just
people
go
why you
show
have
something
invested in
which we
PlayStation,
all love
why
about.
You need to be, yeah.
But
Why PlayStation
I'm
is
gonna
still the
promise
biggest
this,
brand.
guys, Nunaya, Nelson, Taran Singh, as well as Tornado. I'm gonna promise this. If there is some breaking news from Sony, for whatever the point it might be, if there is
I'm on
some
it.
emergency, there's gonna be another emergency PS Vortex podcast the moment Sony retaliates this. I'm not talking about retaliation in terms of acquisitions. Fuck acquisitions. We are talking about games. If at all there
I
is a
want to say
huge
games,
ass
man.
fucking game,
Games.
we're gonna get back and talk shit about how games are the things that rule the gaming landscape. Don't you guys agree? Are you gonna join me if those things happen? And I'm
Oh
gonna
yeah.
put
If
up an
Doc,
emergency.
even if I have to go to work and it's very late, I'm gonna jump into that podcast. Simple as.
Well,
Dedicated,
if you
man.
think about it, if
Dedicated.
you think about it, this announcement was a retaliation to what
Yeah.
Sony has been doing for the
Oh,
past couple
definitely.
of months. Because they started off with
Facts.
their showcase in September.
Yep.
Obviously, you had Forza and Halo released, right? But
But don't you
they've been
think
getting
Not
Halo
flack.
and
bombed.
Forza Horizon were retaliation, dude?
Nah,
No,
those
no,
games
no, no.
bombed.
I don't
Those
think
games
those were
bombed.
Those were the big
retaliation.
ass games
Those
which
were
came out in the holiday season wherein PlayStation had
And they
zero
bombed. And
exclusives
they
during
bombed.
holiday, right?
And they
yeah.
bombed.
But that's all they had was just those released games and no narrative, right? So
Those games
that's been
died
it,
out.
right? That's
Yep.
been it for their entire holiday season.
Exactly.
No
Exactly.
show. So Sony has been like, okay, all right, you get these 2 months. Starting next year, you know what's going to happen in 2022. And so we were talking about Horizon, we were talking about GT7, we were talking about Seafood, we were talking about
Damn right.
God. We were talking about all these games, right? So it's like, okay, all right, everybody's talking about it's going to be a bloodbath in 2022. So what do we do? I guess we got to announce this, right? Because listen, 2 points. One, I'm not entirely convinced that this acquisition was something that's been in the works for a long time. I'm just not of the mind that it's been like that because Phil
Same
doesn't
thing, yeah.
operate like that. Phil,
I
Phil
have
is
to
a
agree with
marketer.
Anaya on this one, man.
Phil was probably
I
serving
have to agree
water
with
in
him on that one.
those stocks.
Because
That was way above him.
This is not
right,
something from months ago
I
or
believe,
yesterday.
right, because I believe it was something that was possibly on the books, right? And I know anime was asking like, why didn't this happen? Some years ago. It's like, okay, well, shit, that would have been double the price, maybe triple the price back then, and that it wasn't even a guaranteed assessment that they were going to sell to you. You know what I'm saying? So, but
Yeah,
Now
right
but that's
because
now,
sexual
they're down
harassment. They
and
probably
low
cut 30% of
with
the
all that
price.
with all the accusations,
right
right?
now, exactly right. It's the exact same reason as to why it's opportunistic of them to take advantage of this situation. Just like um hell,
Cyberpunk, right?
there was an opening
I was
with
expecting them,
Evo.
Microsoft, to acquire Cyberpunk Studios CD Projekt, right, last year.
Oh, City Project Red, yeah, yeah. So yeah,
Hey, who
we're talking
knows
about
they're
that.
next?
Yeah, they could be in the line as well. I mean, they only have two
Fuck
IP that
Monopoly,
people,
man.
well, one IP that people give a shit about, Mr. Witcher. So I mean, you buy a whole studio just for one IP. I don't see that
Yeah,
shit.
and that's another like 2,000 fucking employees. Too. Well, they don't really give a fuck though, because honestly,
Hey,
you
hey,
look at
hey,
70
hey, hey,
billion
hey.
spent, and
How
it's
are
like
they
Hold on,
gonna
hold
2% of
on.
Call of
manage all this
Duty.
They
shit,
bought
Nanaya? How
Mojang.
are they gonna
Hey,
manage
they
so many goddamn studios now? They are
look, look,
not
look.
good at managerial work, as we all know.
Think
Doc,
that's
you're
that.
saying
That was going to
who
be my
said that
last point.
actually?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No,
Go ahead.
go back,
Go
go
ahead,
back.
sir.
Eh, all I wanted to say was, for one franchise, I mean, they bought Mojang, just for Minecraft. That's all I wanted to say, and that's just one
That's a
game that
great
these guys
franchise.
make, I'm
They've
just
made a
saying.
bundle off that though too.
I know, I
They're
know.
Yeah,
still
I
making
don't
shit
think
ton of
that's
money.
equal right there. That's like, yeah, I wouldn't buy one studio for Witcher or for CD Pro for Cyberpunk, but if you buy a studio for one IP, Minecraft is probably the one exception to that rule. But anyway, like I'll
Or
close my
Roblox.
statement. Just basically, Roblox, yeah, hey, that's another one, yeah. But I'll touch on what Doc was basically brought up. My point that I was going to say is that Microsoft's Achilles heel has been management, right? They can throw as much money to the wolves to hope that something sticks, but their biggest Achilles heel for their entirety has been their management of studios and departments, developments, nurturing and building up talent. They've shown that they just lack that ability to do it. Maybe because they have an extremely hands-off approach. Because of we've heard the feedback from devs saying that, oh well, Microsoft is, I mean, Xbox leadership is very hands-off, so we get to make whatever the fuck we want to make. Listen, man, that's a catch-22. As a manager, I'll tell you
Yeah,
straight
nothing
up.
will ever get finished
Dude,
because you can just keep scrapping
see,
and
without
restarting and-
without saying without meaning any offense, I'm gonna say this: it's like going and getting married to a girl after she gets raped. That's what has happened with Activision, with
Hey,
Microsoft acquiring it. I'm sorry if it has offended someone. That's how sad it was. Just like couple of months ago, everyone was completely against Activision, their practices, their workplace ethics, and shit like that. All the offenses, all the accusations. Fuck
but now,
accusations. We love acquisitions. How the fuck? That's like a complete 180, man. And now
yeah,
everyone's fine with that shit. No one's talking about it.
right.
It's fucked
That's that's
up.
that's my biggest fucking that's my biggest criticism right there is, listen, it's all good, like you saying people that were boycotting Blizzard and Activision because of their predatory practices, their their manipulation against employees and stuff like that. But y'all gonna champion them now because they're under the umbrella
Yeah,
of
that's what I'm
Microsoft?
getting at.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Mr. Naya. Bobby Kotick is fucking scumbag. And the worst thing is, even if he leaves, uh, let's just say they fire him because of his fault. He only gets like 200 and 300K. But if they just let him go, he walks away with $250 million, folks. Let that sink in for a minute. $250 million. That's a lot of money, man. A lot of money. Too much for one
Well, they'll give him
individual.
plenty of money to walk. They'll pay him off.
Oh yeah,
Unbelievable. That's his payoff.
that's his parachute right there. The buyout.
Fucking
Fucking,
scumbag.
he gets stock in the company as a bonus every single year, right? So
Mhm.
his parachute is set. He's just gonna stay on to collect the rest of the checks
Yep.
because
June
I think he has a
2023, he's still
clause.
there with his ass.
Yeah, right, because he has a
Fucking
clause if he gets
scumbag.
fired or let go before 2022 or something like that. That he gets a bonus if he has to leave for any reason. So I think they'll just not renew his contract or whatever and let him go in 2023, and that's going to be that. With good riddance.
Yeah, indeed. He should have been gone a long time ago.
Yeah. It's funny how people will excuse bad behavior if you're able to make a fucking company money. You know what I'm saying? And as soon as some shit comes up, it's like, oh, okay, let's brush it under the table and shit. No, like, this
If
whole
they
past.
find if they find this individual in a hotel room or some place or wherever shady place he may go, and they find him dead, I wouldn't even feel sorry.
Okay.
The world is not gonna miss you. It might sound harsh what I'm saying, but I mean it from the bottom of my heart. The world is not gonna miss him.
R.I.P. R.I.P. But yeah, man. Yeah, let me just finish my point. Yeah, the management. Uh, just because we have the saying, right? A manager of two people is the same manager of 200 people. It's just that your flaws get magnified. So if if they are the company that they always believe they are, then this is a great look for them. They can hold the weight, but they've not shown once that they're up to managing all of this talent and responsibility. Now, I hope that it changes. I hope that this is maybe they'll take the culture. See, this is the fucked up thing. I'm saying maybe they'll take the culture from Activision and Blizzard and apply it.
But
But
but Nanai,
it's not something
all
they want.
said and done, no matter
Oof,
how much
oof,
people
oof,
tweet
oof.
about it, don't you guys gonna see that Twitter is gonna be flooded with all the photo mode screenshots of Horizon Forbidden West next month?
Yeah,
Oh, no doubt,
definitely.
no doubt.
So what are
It's
they
gonna
gonna
be no
post
doubt
then?
about
What
that.
are they gonna post? They're gonna talk about the 70 billion, or they're gonna talk about a game?
I hope for their sake they're gonna talk about a game. If you're talking about 70 billion, you
What
ain't got
game then?
shit.
And then my next question is, Tornado, what game?
Yeah, that's the question. What game? Like I said, they gotta show something. I
See,
mean,
it's
it's
like,
it's
Sherlock Holmes. I'm a huge fan of Sherlock Holmes. I just bought the
Mm,
recent game of Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1. I have read every single book of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. He says, in a single word, there is an elementary flaw, correct? This is the elementary
mhm.
flaw. The flaw is there are no games until you talk the way people want to hear you. No matter how much of money you spend, no matter how much of what do you say, self-praising, and try to push so many buzzwords like teraflops and shit, at the end of the day, it
I was gonna
doesn't
say
matter. It doesn't matter.
it didn't
The
mean
only thing that
shit
matters
at the
is
end of the
what
day,
are you gonna
indeed.
experience sitting down in front of your couch, correct? It's the
Indeed.
games.
Yep.
So
Fact.
until Microsoft has that huge ass exclusive with amazing gameplay and shit, until then, nothing can touch PlayStation as of now. That's my take home message before like wrapping up the show, guys. I think we all made
Mm,
ourselves clear.
I was
If
gonna
there
say
are
I've said
few other
enough.
things, if we like to like pick our noses each other, we're gonna talk about it on the next episode. I think Nunaya and Nelson, every one of us, we have spoken our thoughts. Correct, guys?
Yep. I've
So
said my
it's high
few.
time we wrap up the show. It's been like 4 hours, like one of the biggest episodes. So I think everyone knows and understands what this means. Sony is gonna absolutely wreck it once again with their teeny tiny small ass acquisitions. See, the acquisition which was like less than $300 million, fuck billions of dollars, which was
I was gonna
Insomniac
say
Games, has already brought in
damn right.
so many games, and they are like,
That's what happens when you buy for talent, not
Hey,
IP.
and don't forget it. Don't forget, Insomniac's Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart was Game of the Year. At least for a lot of these studio, at least outlets.
yeah, many
Eurogamer's
outlets, even the
picked
kind of funny
picked that
games,
game
right?
as graphical game of the year. Just
Yeah.
saying. That's saying something. And you know how Digital Foundry are? They're picky.
Forget it, man. I think Nunaya even remembers now the very first time I streamed Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. Do you know how much I was feeling breathless looking at the environments, dude? That was.
You were fucking blown away. Yeah.
Well, there you
You
go.
were like, oh my god, how the fuck did they do
Spider-Man
this?
2 is gonna be next level too.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, hey,
these are the kind of
and
experiences
Wolverine.
we want as gamers, man. We
Don't
do
forget
not.
Wolverine,
We
man.
love talking smack. We also do console wars, like for fun and shit. But the moment we
Damn right.
go back to gaming, that is when we play games. Video games matter.
That's what it's all about.
Yep. So until that day comes, we're gonna stick to the same thing. I think Sony is not gonna change in any way, shape, or form in any time in the future. They got so many projects. There are so many like third-party exclusive deals. Whether it's a timed exclusive, who gives a fuck, man? Until and unless we get the game. Whether they release a game on PC as well. Forspoken is releasing on PC, right? With 2-year exclusivity deal against Xbox. Who gives a fuck
Yep.
whether it comes on PC or not? Because I'm gonna experience the game in come May. It's coming out in May of this year.
Yep.
I'm stoked for playing Forspoken as well. So I think that's the end of the this episode of the podcast, guys. Really, really appreciate for all your time, for all. See, time is more than money,
Welcome, Doc.
correct? Time is more
Yep.
than anything. So with money,
Time is the more
you can,
valuable thing.
with
Money you can
money
always get.
neither you can buy time nor happiness. Even
I was
it
gonna
might be
say,
momentary, but absolutely, happiness is very complicated emotion, dude. It's not so easy to mimic it with money. Just
true.
handling my own son, if I can like manage with a certain monetary thing, it would have been easy. But emotions are not monetary, correct? Invoking
True.
emotions with
Facts.
video games, invoking emotions with video games, that is what Sony is good at. That is what Square Enix is good at. That is what all these OG big ass
Experiences. Yeah.
publishers and developers are good at. It is not something which can
Creating
be
an
achieved
experience,
overnight.
an art, you know?
The
For
very
them, it's an art
first
form still.
time, the very first time I saw that nice, what do you say, sound effect along with an exclamatory point while playing Metal Gear Solid 1, that was my childhood, man. Fuck. That sound to this day, Nelson, I think that exclamatory point, dude, shit.
Oh,
I myself and like 4 to 5 of my friends used to like grab a bunch of like potato chips and a little bit of soda and sit down and play Metal Gear Solid. Do you think you can buy that shit? Fuck you, Microsoft. That's not gonna happen. So I think with that,
Rest in peace, Crash. He's gonna end up like Banjo.
totally. So with that,
Oh,
we are gonna
man.
wrap it up, guys.
Poor
Thanks for
bastard. The poor fuzzy bastard. He's gonna die like Rare.
shit. True, dude. Rare
Oh,
really
man.
died out of absolutely. It was like dead on
Oh, they're all
arrival,
dead.
man.
He got
They're dead.
Microsoft.
Shame though. Oh well. Doc, you were saying you were going to wrap up, and I
We
think
are
it's,
gonna be
it's
wrapping up
fitting.
since the past 1 hour, dude. What
Yeah.
the fuck are you talking about?
That's classic PlayStation Vortex outros right there.
Oh,
Nunaya has been, he's
we're about
the
to wrap
real
up.
OG
It's an
here. He's
hour
been
later.
here. I
That's
think
what we do,
even
man. That's
shit.
even before Nelson and
God
Tornado,
damn.
I think even before Nelson and Tornado, Nunaya was here, man, on the PS Vortex. I know this dude in and out. What's up, brother? We all know.
yeah. That's you know it's funny, right? It's like you know when you're about to leave a relative's house, and you know what I'm saying you in your conversation be like, yeah, well, I'm about to go, I'm about to leave, and then you start up the conversation like, yeah, I'm about to leave, I'm about to go. That's exactly what the fuck it's like,
That's
man.
the
It's like,
love,
and then an
bitches.
hour later, it's
That's the power of love. That's the
what it
power
is.
of camaraderie. That's the love of, what do you
That's
say, our craft of video games, correct?
That is true.
That
That is true.
this is not like a fucking business model. This is not like a fucking what do you say, tried and tested
Microtransaction?
method wherein the podcast needs to be every goddamn week. It needs to like target to a certain crowd. We do not give two shits. We talk our hearts here. We talk about what we feel. See, Nunaya disagrees on many of my opinions. I disagree on many of every one of your opinions, but that's what makes it a debate, correct? If we accept every single one of opinions, it's not a debate. It's not going to be interesting. That's the reason we cannot stop fucking talking, man. That's the reason we cannot wrap up the show so fast. I do not want to hurt anyone's
Yeah,
feelings.
I gotta go soon though.
Goddamn.
My kids got wrestling practice soon, so.
Yeah, Nelson. Yeah,
Alright, people,
have a
get
nice
the
day,
fuck
man.
out of here then.
All right.
Have a nice day, every one of you guys. I'm gonna hit